was like,
all right, I had to turn my camera off and then like try and find me in the list because I can't change my name from my phone. It was a whole lot. Okay. All
gotcha.
right. So I apologize, but all right. So this was actually a great example of chaos and non-attachment and impermanence. So all right, we're gonna just kind of start it back over because I need to get back into this into the mindset. So yes, everyone's muted now, right? Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's just take 3 more breaths, 3 cleansing breaths. Inhaling in through the nose. Open the mouth. Exhale it out. And we'll do that again. Inhale in. And exhale out. And one more. Inhale in through the nose. And one more cleansing exhale. All right. We're going to settle back into that space. And we're actually just going to give a little bit of thanks for the chaos that happens, because it definitely helps us choose how we show up and respond to the things that we cannot control. So reconnecting back with your breath. If your eyes are open, go ahead and close your eyes. Relaxing the face, the jaws, the eyes. Starting to notice your breath, reconnecting with that space right below the nose, right above the lip. That's going to be your anchor. So as your mind starts to wander through this meditation, it's okay. You acknowledge the thoughts as they come into your mind, but I challenge you to let those thoughts play like a movie. Just as they flow in, let them flow out. Don't attach to those thoughts. Acknowledge them for what they are, thank them for coming, and allow them to leave. And if you find that you've gotten caught up in a thought chain, it's okay. Take a deep breath and come back to your anchor, which is going to be this space right here, below the nose and above the top lip. Take 2 more breaths. And as we start to work and cultivate mindfulness, I want you to silently say to yourself, my death is certain. And as you speak those words, remain aware of your breath in your body and notice any change or tightness, tension that came up when you said, my death is certain. And then on your next exhale breath, release whatever you felt, the change, the tension, the tightness, and let it go. Just as the breath rises and falls, every single thing in this world comes into existence, stays for a while, and then dissipates again. You are not exempt from this natural order of things, this natural ebb and flow. You are a part of the cycle, and you too will someday no longer be here. As you contemplate this, stay present with your body and your breath. Stay tall in the spine, but relaxed in the face. Ease in your shoulders, your belly, your hips. Take 3 more breaths. And now silently say to yourself, the time of my death is uncertain. And as you speak these words, notice any changes in your body or response through the breath. Take care to continue breathing patiently and fully. Notice any tension that came up with that. Exhale the tension out and allow your body to remain soft. See, we cannot know the future. We don't know what this year will hold. Anything can happen at any moment, and our lives are fragile and precious. As if with a flash of lightning, this one life could end at any moment. As you contemplate that reality, note what's happening in your body and with your breath. I offer you the space to choose ease and a sense of freedom. To control is futile, so we choose instead to go with the flow. And in this moment, we recognize that the flow is the breath itself. With every breath that you take, allow it to generate a deep, deep gratitude for the fact that you are here, you are healthy, and you are well. You cannot know when it will all disappear, so rejoice for this opportunity, for this one breath. Take 3 more breaths. And silently whisper to yourself, the only thing that can help me at the time of my death will be my own mind. And notice if there was a reaction in the body or with the breath. Recall that no matter how many friends you have, no matter how many people love you, no matter the family gathered around, none of these people can go with you at that time of your death. When it's your time, you will leave this world on your own. No matter how many things you've accumulated, no matter how much money you have in the bank, no matter how much you've surrounded yourself with the comforts of this world, none of it can go with you when it is your time to leave. The only thing that can help you in that moment will be your stability of mind, your clarity of mind, your ability to be present, patient, compassionate, and wise. Sit with those thoughts and notice how it feels in your body and allow it to develop within you. Allow it to develop a sense of urgency. Take a deep inhale in, deep exhale out. The opportunity that you have to work on strengthening your mind is nowhere other than right here and right now. The opportunity you have to be kind, to make amends, to give thanks, to be present is nowhere other than right here and right now. Contemplate how it is that you want to live each day. If you truly believed with your whole body that each breath could possibly be your last, how would you choose to show up? What would be the effort that you placed on mindfulness and meditation in your mind if you truly believed with your whole body that only your mind could save you? Because it can. And finally, recognize that you are doing exactly what you should be doing right now, right here. We rejoice in this time that you've spent meditating. We rejoice in the importance you've given to mindfulness. And we rejoice in the opportunity in this moment, in this breath. Slowly start to blink your eyes open. Place one hand over your heart, the other over your belly. Take a deep inhale in, allow the belly to fill up. So push the belly into the hand and then lift the breath all the way up and through the chest. And then as you exhale, push the belly in towards the spine. You can use your hand to push the air out. Allow the rib cage and the chest to collapse. And do that again. Inhale, fill up. Open the mouth, exhale, sigh it out. Inhale one more time, inhale in. We're gonna hold this breath at the top for 3, 2, One, and I want you to release the things that are not serving your greatest and highest good. Thanks. Gonna bring our hands to heart center. Maybe you even smile. I want you to whisper, I love you to yourself. Maybe you whisper thank you to yourself for allowing yourself to show up, to be present, to start the year off in a state of mindfulness, to allow yourself to transform, to stretch, to grow. Remembering that nothing in this world is permanent and that the only thing that you have true dominion over is this moment right now. We'll take one more inhale into the nose. Exhale, we'll bow forward and we'll say namaste, which just means that the light in me loves, honors, and sees the light in you. Namaste. Awesome. And you can blink the eyes open. You can take some small movements. You can take some big movements. Just invite movement back into the body. See how you feel. Yeah, take a good stretch. It feels good to you. Right? And so I want to ask a question because a lot of people think death being morbid, like why would we start the year talking about death? We're talking about the impermanence of life and the importance of being present in each moment, each breath that you take. And if you knew that today would be the last day, you would definitely choose to show up differently in how you treated yourself and how you treated other people, how you decided to show up and hold space. And so as you go throughout the year, I don't want you to wake up thinking that it could be your last day, but wake up thinking and being intentional about how you choose to show up for yourself and for the world. All right. Oh, I'm so glad that you guys love this. Listen, this is real. This is healing work that we're doing. I'm getting chills just reading the comments. You all are amazing. And I'm glad that you feel good. And we now have set this space to be able to focus on vision, right? And manifestation and what we want to make happen for ourselves in 2021. So Karisma, I'm gonna turn it back over to you and we'll go from there.
Yeah, first off, thank you, because I need to wipe my tears, not just tears from what I felt, but the tears, and I'm recording the messages that were coming in because Ina has a joy and a light, and I love that she transcends and shares this with others because part of the healing, as Kina always says, if you heal soul, you heal the collective, or if you heal one, like if you heal one person, and there's 4 people in the waiting room, and this is where we have to start going out and helping each other heal, because if we do it one by one, we'll heal the collective, and before you realize it, we're going to wake up and we're going to all realize the power that we have as queens, as kings. We've always had this power within us, but we weren't always aware on how to allow it to work for us. So if you do nothing else today, just understand that we are peeling back all of the layers that have been not allowing us to shine. So as we create our vision boards, let's see big, grand ideas. If it seems too big, put it on there. If it seems too small, make it bigger. Because everything you pay attention to, it's going to manifest. And one of the most amazing things, because if anyone, those that know, that follow me, I have a son. And so these things I've been teaching him over the years. And I'll never forget the day we were struggling with 7th grade. And I'm talking about C's, D's, F's, but I didn't understand because this young man was importing things from China to make these little fingerboards, those little skateboards that the kids. So he figured out how he can buy the things, import them, but yet when it came to school, he was struggling. So I introduced him to, at that point, because I was like, okay, there's a disservice that I'm doing, because if mom knows how to manifest, I need to teach him how to manifest too. So we sat down and we started with watching The Secret. And when he got done, he said, Mom, so you're telling me that if I want to have good grades, the first thing I have to believe that I have good grades? And I was like, yeah. Within that, by time the school year was done, he took and transformed from a DF student to an AB student because he understood now that he had the power to manifest and that he had to first believe it. And the next school year, he got himself into a private school because part of the problem in which he wasn't believing in himself is he wasn't around others that were allowing him to shine. He was always pointed out as the problem kid. Oh, you're wearing a do-rag. That must be something that's gang related. And he was like, no, it's cultural for me. It's like something that, and so putting him in an empowering environment. So this is our empowering environment. If you are in a place with people that are, I call dream stealers, go find some other people to be around. If it doesn't make you feel good, go somewhere else. If the people you're not around isn't supporting you and your dreams and they're saying you're crazy, go find some crazy people because I like being crazy. Because it's those that are crazy and willing to go against the norm that we will break all of the cycles that have been holding us down from reaching the top. And some statistics that I love to share, because when people realize that 2020 was the, as much of a year, it was chaos, it was the very first year that people of color took the majority. If you are 18 and under on this call, you are no longer a minority. Do you know what that feels like when you have a kid growing up and he's black and he's a person of color in general and he's saying he doesn't even know what it means. He was like, "What's a minority? Oh, you mean other people? That's not me." By time we get to 2020, 2044, if you are 50 and under, people of color will have taken the majority. But they're projecting that at the rate that we're growing at 34%, that is probably going to have happen even faster. So just understand we are in a time of change, and 2021, don't think what we had that we went through in 2020 is just going to magically disappear. There is going to be a lot of rebellion. We are going to be sitting in a year of change because a lot of people don't like change. But for those that get together and we manifest, and I'm not talking about just sitting around praying that things are going to happen, but putting the action to it, we will have different outcomes by the time this next year comes around. So when we're coming back around for 2022, when we will have seen and we're going to be highlighting everyone that and all of the wins that we had. In 2020, I was able to double my income only because when everyone went into the pandemic mode, I went into work mode. I wasn't chilling, putting up toe stuff shots on my Instagram. No, I was doing 14 plus hours a day, creating communities, creating places for us to all go and plug into and educating people how to work digitally. So with that said, we are going to, if everyone could go ahead and open up your workbooks, and if you have printed it, we're going to go ahead and turn to page 1. And if Kina, do you want to read off the first question? And this is at the point where if you do want to chime in, we're going to ask you guys to be very interactive because we're going to want to hear what you guys got going on. So yeah, we're going to start with question number 1 because we're going to go through this workbook and then we're going to start being creative. So take it away, Kina.
All right, cool. My mic's still on, right? Yes, okay. All right, cool. So the first exercise, right? So if you've got your first exercise here, reviewing your past year. So when you think about everything that you accomplished in this past year, small wins, big wins, you know, you survived the year, that could be the win. Like, hey, hell, Kina, I just made it. Like, I barely made it, but I'm here, right? That's your win. Just review that and make a list of those wins. And it can include ways that you've even grown as a person because your evolution and your growth is a win as well. But just take, maybe 30 seconds to a minute. Cherry says she barely made it, honey. I get it. By like December 28th, I was over it. So I understand. Yeah, so just take a moment to just write down your wins, right? Or your accomplishments. And again, you might not see them as accomplishments, but no, like someone just wrote, I found my voice. Awesome, right? Kudos to that. Like that's dope. That's huge. And you gained a lot of spirituality. Listen, one thing I'm noticing about, and I'm talking while you all are writing, I'm noticing about us as a collective is that we are coming together and finding ourselves spiritually, not religiously, but spiritually, and understanding what that really means to be connected and aligned to higher source, not just because you couldn't go to church. Like if you practice Christianity or any religion where you go to a sacred building, you couldn't do that this year, right? So you had to tap into more of what a relationship with your God source meant. And it wasn't about the rituals of, a program at church, that you open up with a hymn and the scripture and this. It was really about you being still and quiet and finding self. So I'm just going to read off some of these. Holy crap, somebody wrote a book. Dope. Okay. Awesome. Manifested a kick-ass job with a kick-ass salary. I love that. Quit my job, created my business, and actually gained clients. 2020 forced me to put action to those dreams and let go of fear. Awesome. And guys, listen, 4 times your income. Okay. Yes. Practice self-care. Awesome. Acquired deeper self-love. Yes. Started your garden, became more organic in the diet. See, I need to talk to you, Reggie. Earning an A in microbiology. High five to you, because nice. Yep, lost 65 pounds. So, see, like I could just keep going with this. And again, if your list doesn't sound like this list, that's okay. Your list could be, I woke up every day and got through each day.
I am alive.
I'm alive, right? That's okay, because we're gonna move into we're gonna move into the other stuff, right? But we just wanna acknowledge the fact that you should be proud of the fact that you're here, right? You made it to 2021, and a lot of people did not. And that's not to say that you're better than them or whatever. It just means that there's a plan for your life, that it was for you to be here today, right? What lessons did you learn from this past year? Those are some questions. Became vegetarian, awesome, high five. Started a podcast, a PhD program, and gained confidence in myself. Okay, like I'm loving this. Made it through COVID. Listen, like I said, we're all here. So these things, I see everyone's creative juices are flowing, so that's awesome. Started therapy. High five to you. Listen, I have a therapist. I love my therapist. I see her sometimes every week, sometimes every other week, but she's a part of my soul squad. And we have to remove the stigma of therapy in communities of color, because listen, therapy is just helping you unpack what's going on in your mind. So hallelujah, high five to you for that. Healthiest breakup ever.
43, yes. Love it.
This is awesome, guys. I'm just getting chills reading the chat. So this is awesome. Okay, so everyone's juices are flowing because y'all are typing and bought a bike and went riding all summer, started meditating daily, learned Zoom better to lead our virtual family reunion celebration. Like, oh, I love that. I absolutely love that. Walked over 2 million steps last year. Okay, clarity with seeing God's hand in my life this year. Awesome. See, listen, you have to be still, right, to receive. So this is awesome. Completed 10-week fitness challenge. You guys are amazing. So these are all of these things that you're now writing down on that first page, right? And if you need some more help with, helping you kind of figure out what you did, what did you accomplish, on the next page are just extra prompts to help keep the juices going.
So let's get them interactive. Let's get someone up here to read the question and then go ahead and give us an answer, because I want other people to get in here and let's hear them, get them up here talking. Mm-hmm. So you can either raise your hand, or the first person to raise your hand, or the first person. I gave you guys the ability to unmute your mics. Who wants to read off the first question and go ahead and answer it, and then we'll go one by one through that page.
Hello.
There we go.
Great. Hi. I'm sorry. I'm Pamela Williams Kelly, and I'm a little off topic. I see your name and not my video anymore. I don't know what has happened.
Yeah, so turn your video on, and that means that for some reason, and I see a lot of people that have my name on here for some odd reason, you need to go and change your actual name. So next to, on the right-hand side, you're going to, next to your name, it'll have a button that says more, and then hit rename. And then that'll
Okay.
give you the ability to rename yourself. But then if you see your name, that means that you need to turn your video on. And that is going to be, if you're on a computer, it's in the lower left-hand corner next to the mute button.
Okay. I tried to turn my video on, and it says the host has turned my video off. And I'll chat you the rest of it so that you continue with the
Yeah, if you want to private
program.
chat me, and I will help get you back. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
I got her. I'll unmute her. Put her camera.
So that brings us back to who wants to go ahead and read off the first question. And if no one raises their hand or comes on, I'll just look at someone.
Precious Tyler.
Hi, Precious. How are you?
I'm good. Peace, everybody. I'm from Chicago. And the first question is, what are you most proud of this year? I'm most proud of my mental health. I was able to increase my mental health, deal with anxiety. I was able to create some strong boundaries. And I recovered from COVID. I did get COVID, and I took for granted the ability to taste food and smell and to breathe. And when I tell you, I have got a renewed like gratitude for life now.
Nice. That is so dope. Thank you so much for sharing. Is there anyone else that wants to answer that same question?
And this is Alice out of Miami. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I am, the things that I'm most proud of, I embraced joy. I recognized and embraced gratitude. I opened my consciousness to find me. I accepted my areas that need improving and development and open a space to invite others to help me. That's it.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Crystal, and mine I don't think is as drastic as everyone else's, but I've been living in my home for about 10 years now. And there's been projects that I've been wanting to do, like paint and, you know, rearrange and stuff, but it just seems so overwhelming. I gotta do this, but with COVID, it's like you had to sit still and you made time for those to-do lists that you've had for a long time. And so I was able to get a lot of my home projects done. And I think with getting rid of some of the clutter, it's kind of made me feel better within, almost like you're getting rid of, your home is in a chaos. And so you feel like, you know, it's giving me clarity with everything being clean, moved around and things like that. So I'm just happy I was able to get that stuff done.
Yeah, and I'm going to second that. Someone said congrats for making your home a priority. Our spaces are so important. If you got clutter in your life, you could probably got clutter going on up in the brain too. It's what your outwardly circumstances are just a direct reflection of what's happening up here. So yeah, that's why a lot of people tend to clean out during the new year, but we had the whole entire quarantine time to go and clean out and get rid of things that just aren't serving us. And you realize that you were just holding on to a lot of things of the past. So decluttering is something that's so important. We're going to go ahead.
Can I add something with that, just in case there's someone on here that's struggling with decluttering their space?
Yeah, absolutely.
It is definitely challenging. Sometimes you might even feel like it's so far gone, you don't know where to start. So I will be totally transparent. I went through a really bad depression in 2017 where it was like impossible for me to clean. I couldn't clean my room. Like I had enough energy to get the whole house clean for my son, because I also have, he's now 16, but you know, I have a child. But I just like, outside of that, when I get to my room, it was just like, I didn't have it. And it looked like, you know, a hurricane had come through my room 2-3 times over. And one of the things that my therapist told me was find a corner, just start in one space and unpack that, right? Just attack that one corner. And I remember doing one corner of my room and it taking like 2 hours. And I ended up throwing out most of the stuff, right? Because if it had been there for so long, I didn't really need it anyway, but it was so energetically draining. And so I just want to offer encouragement to anyone that might be struggling in uncluttering their space, trying to find clarity in the mind, trying to find the energy. Just start in a corner. You don't have to attack the whole thing. Yes, they tell you at the beginning of the year, you've got to clean your house from start, ceiling to floor, floorboards, all that stuff, all the traditions that have been passed down. But know that you are okay to be right where you are and honor the space that you're in and do what you can. And what you can do is more than enough. And once you do that, pat yourself on the back, recharge up, and then do something else. And that's totally okay. So I just wanted to share that because sometimes it's a little too overwhelming to just look at it from a large scale, and you just want to focus in on one little area. And you'll notice that as you start to declutter that little space, a blockage that is happening in the mind will also start to declutter itself too.
Yeah. I love that someone wrote on here that they just sold a lot of their stuff on eBay. I actually, during this pandemic, my son was like, Mom, can I sell this? Mom, can I sell this? And this dude got up to $1,000. So the things that are in your house that are not serving you, get rid of them. Go and take that money and go and do some investments for the first time. Like, you can go and do some really powerful things by just going to the things that you've been storing and in your life and just not using. And if you have a public storage or any kind of storage facility, let's go through those too, because now here you are putting money out every month in addition to holding onto all of these things. But it can be of some good use to someone else. And if you don't feel like selling it, go and donate it to a nonprofit organization. Out here in Los Angeles, I have a friend, she has a organization and it's called Our Friend's House. And she's in the entertainment industry. So she takes the things from her entertainment friends and anyone that's in that space. And then she goes and feeds the homeless and goes and provides clothing for them. So the things that you are not using, let's go and put them to use for other people. That would be a pride and a joy. Some people don't have the money to go out and get a jacket, or they can't go get another pair of shoes. So let's just make sure that we are actually passing on the good deeds to other people by decluttering our lives, where it'll actually, like Hina said, it'll serve us at the same time. So does anyone want to go on and read the next question? And then everyone can start popping in, giving different answers for that as well.
I can read it. This is Tanya Brooks. Hi.
Hi,
welcome, what ideas or dreams did you manifest and turn into your reality this past year? And I'm proud to say that I've been able to earn my project management certification, which is something that I had wanted to do for years. I've been in project management for over 25 years. And I left an abusive employer in 2019 towards the end of the year. And it just really, it shook my confidence in myself. And I took a few months afterwards just to clear my mind. And then by the time I started looking for a job, COVID-19 hit. So I spent all of 2020 without a job, but towards the end of the year in November, I decided, you know what, I'm going to just go for this global certification in project management. I'm going to study hard and I'm going to get it. And I did. I passed it in my first attempt, it's a difficult exam. So I'm just really proud that I was able to manifest this. And I believe that this is going to really, this is putting me in a great position for 2021 to achieve other dreams. So.
Yes. I'm going to give high fives, and I'm going to say just before someone else comes on and gives their testimony or answers that question. She brought up a really good point. She was being abused by her employer. And I want people to pay attention to this because this is something that people have not been realizing forever. And we have finally been put into a space that we can empower ourselves. This is the time to negotiate. You shouldn't be slaving over a job, understanding your worth. And this is the time that if you are wanting to have that conversation with your employer to change the roles, being self-employed, like this is the best time ever. Plug yourself in, figure out a way. Or if you want to work remotely, remote.co is my favorite website. That if you do want to work with the employer, go and work with the employer that is paying attention and serving the needs and allowing you to work remotely from wherever you are, and not putting you back into that traditional work setting, because a lot of people didn't realize before, but the statistics on the amount of heart attacks that were happening on a Monday dramatically went down during COVID. Why? Because people weren't having to wake up to go and drive an hour or two, spending it to go to a job, being stressed out for the week. So yeah, go and negotiate because the power is in your hands. And I'm going to have Tina give her testimony because she literally took and she pivoted her employer and turned them into her client during COVID and didn't have to take a loss. But Kina, can you just touch on that? Because you showed them some things that made them wake up. And we're going to talk about ROI just really quick, but if you can share your story.
Yeah, you know, I have made vision boards for years, and one of them, I want to say it was 2018, 19, that I wanted to be a full-time entrepreneur. And I had done it before, but not successfully before. So, you know, I was a VP. If you Google me, it will still say that I'm a VP of HR and administration for a commercial real estate firm. And I've kept the title, but I am 100% a consultant. And I have been in HR for 15 years. And uniquely in my role, I have been able to, you know, I have access to data, numbers. And what I just did was I had a very real conversation with my CEO. I said, listen, you hired me to be, you know, on your executive team, to be a strategic partner for you. And I'm telling you as your strategic partner that my role can be just as effective as a consultant part-time. And I showed him the numbers of how I could save him almost 6 figures a year, just showing him what my fully loaded rate was versus what my consulting rate was. And it was a no-brainer for him. So it was just a conversation. I had the conversation. I wasn't scared to have the conversation. And what a lot of folks are realizing is that the job that they were going to work doing 40, 50 hours a week, they're doing from home with less time, like in less time. And so I literally, and maybe you can too, and if you want help on how to have that conversation, I'm happy to help you. But yeah, I just sat him down and said, hey, listen, this is no longer a full-time job. And I had created value to where he recognized that I'd rather have her as a consultant than to lose her altogether. So that's exactly what I did. So now people were like, you walked away from a 6-figure salary. Like, yeah, because as a consultant, I'm still making it because I decided my worth. I charged exactly what I wanted to charge. I didn't make any amends with that. And I had a conversation. So really, really excited because I now own my time 100%, and I can do the things that I love to do. And in the event that, ebbs and flows, because it will, I still have a stream of income that's coming in as a consultant from a company that I worked for years. So.
Yeah. So it's going to be powerful. And if just join communities, hit Kina up on IG and, be able to pick her brain, because the more that we can pass this information on to the next person to understand that, imagine if one day employers were begging you saying, hey, Teresa, what, yeah, no, I just wanted to say, just like, hey, Teresa, what benefits could I give you to attract you to come and work for me versus you having to go and apply for something and hoping that they hire you. There, like, what if we change the roles and the employer had to be interviewed? Like, we just got to change the way that our mindset's working, and we are in a space right now where we can make that happen because we're working from home. You know, we're doing things digitally, so let's just change those mindsets. And someone asked me to drop in Keena's name is Keena Hodges. It's remote.co. I dropped that in the chat. That is where you can go and find, it's nothing but remote jobs. So just go and start having those conversations. And when you do work remotely, for those of us that love to travel, just make sure that you're also negotiating in the very beginning that you get the right to be able to travel outside of your state, outside of your country with any utilities that they offer you. So if they send you a laptop to come and work from, you want to know right away that you're not confined because you're not asking for a work from home situation. You're asking for a work from anywhere situation. And you're telling them, take off the shackles. You're not going to control me. I'm not going to be stuck at home. I'm not going to be confined to no office. We're going to work on my terms. And if I decide that I want to go to Zimbabwe for the week, I'm checking in, getting my work done. It shouldn't matter where I'm working from, just as long as I can deliver. So with that said, does anyone want to answer that same question and go ahead and let's share with us what you manifested in 2020?
Yeah, I'd like to share.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I have a few things that I manifested. First of all, I hired my dream coach. So I was really excited about that. And I 4 times my income in my business. I also launched my first 5-day challenge, and that was like a multiple 5-figure. I had a lot of income goals for 2020, and I did that. And then I got clarity on where I want to take my business next, because I've been kind of mulling that over for 2 years. So I got that done. And I also want to congratulate Keena and everyone else who took the leap to start working for themselves.
Yeah, that's freaking dope, freaking awesome. So we're going to go ahead. I'm looking at the time, and for those of you that keep asking, this is being recorded. This may go past, the time that we said, because I'll try to allot for a time, but if you do have to hop off at any time, we are going to record this. We are going to share it with everyone. So don't feel that you have to be stuck or that you're going to be missing anything, because I do want to make sure we're doing the preparation work before we start doing the creative side, because a lot of people just jump into putting pictures and stuff on the vision work on the vision board, but they don't do the work behind it first. So if someone wants to read the next question.
I can do it.
And, okay,
Awesome.
Sorry.
go ahead, Jacqueline.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Jacqueline. So I think you guys saw in the chat that I did actually get diagnosed with breast cancer this year. And I did get the treatment and recovered from it with no signs of it. Thank the Lord. It was only requiring radiation, but it was in the midst of COVID, and I've got a very stressful job. So I had to lead a lot of the conversations around protecting the business that I work in and leading teams of many and suppliers as well. But that said, I had a lot of wonderful women in my recovery journey. I called them my warriors, my prayer warriors, and my healing tribe, and they were unbelievable. One said, "You're strong, but I need to help you." And one thing I want to share with everybody is don't block blessings. So when someone wants to help you, let them. And she had food sent to my house for 2 weeks. So that was wonderful because I needed to get rest. And that's what I knew I had to learn this year, is to get rest. So we all have great energy. We're all strong, but rest and sleep is so important. And sometimes I rest when I walk, and my alone time is super critical. So I've got this little private space here. I've got another closet that has my crafts and my wonderful stuff in there, but it's really important, sisters, to get rest. And there's books on it, and there's need for sleep, and COVID was going to wreck that if we're not careful and we're not out of COVID. But there are people out there that love you. And I do agree with what was said about surrounding yourselves with dream affirmers, not dream killers. because there are people out there that want to do damage, and they're just in the wrong mind space. But I learned that I was resilient, but I needed rest. So I just encourage everyone to put that somehow on the vision boards about taking care of yourself, but getting rest.
Yes, self-care. And girl, congrats. I'm so happy for you. And keep spreading that message and that letting people know like, hey, you can get through this. If the more Me Too moments we can have too. So thank you.
Yes. Yes.
Kanisha, did you want to share and answer the same question?
Sure, I can. Wow, Jacqueline, you are a gladiator, so I'm glad that you are recovering. I'm sure you're reading all of the comments. One of the things that I learned this year is to be a little bit more open with friends. So actually communicating the things that I want. And also I manifested, I put it in the chat earlier that I manifested a kick-ass job. So like actually coming to terms with what I want and naming the things that I want instead of giving it a big unattainable title, actually pinpointing and being specific about the things that I wanted. And also being more open with friends. I tend to be a little bit more reserved with some things. And I've gotten to the place where I release with my therapist, but I let my friends be my friends. But this year I was able to even release with friends. Some of the things and fears that I had. I lost my brother this year, my youngest brother. And that gave me the space and place to open up a little bit more with friends. So yeah, the biggest lesson that I learned was you choose your friends for a reason, and let your family love on you, and let your friends show up and be the friends that you knew that they were or are.
Love it.
Beautiful.
Can I please jump in on the last? Can I jump in on this question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Hi, y'all. How are you? Hope y'all doing well. What I was able to learn this year, just in general, and being someone who's very like giving and loving, that it's okay to say no. It's okay to say no, and there is no reason to allow anyone to make you feel guilty or for them to project that energy onto sincerely how you feel. So I'm just so grateful that I'm able to follow my intuition and my understanding and know that like there's a reason and a sense. It's so deep, it's so genuine that no is just fine, and it doesn't require, multiple explanations. Require it doesn't require anything. So I'm very excited about that. That's it.
Yeah, I love it. No means that I'm going to put myself as a priority. And one of my favorite sayings is, I'm sorry, but I don't have the capacity to take that on right now.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, just letting, because sometimes people take no as a very harsh word. So we have to start understanding that no doesn't mean someone doesn't like you. It's just saying that, hey, no, we're just not in alignment, or that's not in alignment with me. But no is absolutely okay.
Yes.
So yeah, does someone want to read the next question that we have?
I'll read it.
Okay.
What meaningful relationships or connections did you form this year? So the absolute most meaningful relationship I built was with myself. This year has, it was an eye opener. I mean, it was 2020 vision. So I did more of holding myself accountable for the things that I was allowing to happen in my life, specifically with family, because I have been saying this, and I feel like my mother, which is the other connection outside of myself that has been rebuilding. I feel like, I've been saying certain things for some years now, and it finally clicked yesterday. I have some negative family members who just feel like they have to be in my space.
so that they can suck me dry. And I'm just like, no, you're not allowed. You're not welcome. And it's the hardest thing for me. It was the hardest thing for me because my family, my closest family members, they weren't understanding that. They weren't understanding the negative energy that was coming at me, or why I just was like, no, I'm no longer allowing it, especially when these were the things that I prayed for. You know, I prayed to God, like anything or anyone that is not supposed to be in my space, take them away. And it started with family, and I was like, oh shit, wait. But not everyone's allowed in my space, and I'm okay with that now. So my best relationship for the last year was with myself, and then with my mother.
Nice. I'm like just gonna drop the mic on that one. That was dope. Yeah, does anyone else want to go ahead and answer that question, or you can go on and ask the next question. Let me, that is sitting up there.
Hi everyone, my name is Wilma and I'm from Lagos, Nigeria. So what meaningful relationships or connections did you form this past year? So I would say basically with my co-workers, you know, learning to understand that we need a team to thrive better and do great work. And that helped me to understand, like, let people help basically as regards the bigger picture and regards attaining a goal basically at work. So that for me was a great connection basically.
I also share on that question.
Yeah, definitely.
I made a really significant connection with someone who turned out to basically be my best friend. And it was just really eye-opening because this person came through for me on many different levels. Professionally, I was able to hire him and connect that way. And then our friendship developed and grew, and like we're actually best friends. And he's very encouraging and just very different from the typical type of male personality that you would see. So what I found so interesting was that it opened my eyes and made me hopeful to see that there are actually different types of men out there who are open to, you know, communicating, therapy, expressing more of a feminine opinion on, you know, the less macho and machismo type of, you know, stereotypical stance that, you know, the world considers men to have. So that was just really eye-opening to me to see that there are people who will show up for you, and there are different type of people out there in the world for you to experience. So I was grateful for that.
Wilma, did you want to go? Oh, you just went, but your hand's still up. So let me, if you want to put your hand down. I know in these last two questions, family, community, new relationships came up, and then I was sharing with Kina on a call the other day that I was on, that this is going to be the year of community. So if you're not already a part of a community, form your community, create a community. You can be that person that goes and creates it, but this can be your new family. Family just doesn't have to be the ones that, you know, came to you by blood, but you can create your own tribes, create that sisterhood, create that, you know, place where you guys can feel safe. And because one of the most valuable lessons that I learned growing up by my cousin that I met when I was like 16, 17, was that if you hang around 10 people with the same mindset, 9 people, you're about to be the 10th one. So if you got money goals and you're hanging around 9 people that are broke, guess what? You're about to be the 10th broke one. if you're trying to be more positive and more optimistic and have more things happen in your life the way that you want, but you're hanging around 9 people that are constantly complaining and nagging and just focusing on what they don't have, that is exactly what you're going to keep manifesting. And I say all the time, if any of my family members are on here, I love all of y'all, but I do not spend the majority of my time there because I have a community, because I love being in such a great space that I'm saying, I love you so much that I'm not going to even bring myself to come to that environment, because I want you to learn that you can come and take yourself out of the equation too, and come and experience, like, why is Karisma doing all these fun things? Why did she distance herself? Because if you constantly go into the problem, you never realize, they never realize that it's a problem. But if you take yourself out of the equation and they start seeing you and you're just thriving and you're happy and that's all that they see, they're going to be like, you know what, let me go taste what she got going on over here. And imagine one day waking up and then you turning to around and you're spending more time with your family, because instead of you coming back to that environment, you were showing them that you were going willing to cut ties so you can make change. And then you were literally helping them because they're working on getting out of there too. But they need to be able to see the vision. They need to be able to see someone that enlightens them. So don't be afraid to walk away, but at the same time, still plug in and say hello. And if they're saying, you know, how are you? Amazing. I just went to, you know, Europe for a month, or I just went to Thailand for a month. Because before I realized it, my mom, I was on Instagram one day and I was like, Mom, where are you? She goes, I'm in Canada. And I was like, what are you doing in Canada? She goes, well, I got tired of watching you travel, so I went to go do it myself. And I was like, wow, she had never been anywhere besides getting on a bus or somewhere, like getting her to go travel. But she realized that I stopped coming to her space. Only way she was able to see me was through social media. And then she said, you know what? I want to have that Me Too moment. So go and inspire them to go and have the change too. So let's go on to the next question. Who wants to tackle that one?
I suppose I can go again really quickly. This is Crystal again. I learned that I am able to repurpose furniture. So it actually saved me quite a bit of money by repurposing some of the furniture that I've already had, spray painting to get with the theme. So before, I would have never been outside sanding a cabinet, but in 2020, I found myself doing that.
Nice. And can you
So
read?
I'm kind of proud of my new pieces. Oh, I'm sorry. The question, what new skills or knowledge did you learn or improve on this past year? Oh, I feel like I'm a carpenter now.
It's so dope. Anyone else learn any new skills? I know most of us probably learned technology skills and didn't realize that we were getting ready to become these technology geeks, but have we learned other skills that are outside of that?
I'll go. Hey, my name is Nancy. So I have, I guess I'll be both. It's kind of both kind of the relationships you gained and also what you learned. I guess for me, it's a little bit more less concrete. My video's on. So I learned to be a better listener because I've always kind of been a talkative person and just kind of, I'm very expressive, but I've also learned to both pace myself and also be a better listener. And I think that also helped because this past year, I had my relationships with my brothers have been much, much better. We talk more and we're more communicative with each other and connect way more. And our relationship is just like eons better. I think it's just also learning to be more empathetic, listening more, and really just making sure to take time to appreciate moments.
That's dope. When we learn to listen, we actually say a whole lot more just by listening than speaking. Mm-hmm. Really phenomenal question or even thought. Anybody else learn anything new?
Hi, my name's Teresa. This is amazing, by the way. I'm having a great time. One of the things I learned is that I now manage like our company's website. So I learned how to do websites and all those different things and email blasts and marketing and all that. Been in sales for 25 years in fashion, but really on the sales end. And now with everything being consolidated, they didn't have anybody to do it. And I was like, oh, I'll do it. And I was like, and now I'm doing it for my friends. I'm doing it for other people. So it's just been amazing learning something new.
Yes, and those that are in that digital space, like, I don't think you realize is that everyone needs to build a website now. Everyone needs to have a space. Like your website is your new business cards. It's your new elevator little speech. Like, because the moment, like, I have conversations with people for the first time, and they're like, yeah, well, and they're telling me about things that I have all over the internet, because they will research you to the umpteenth degree to make sure that you know who I'm getting ready to have a conversation with. So go and build your digital footprint out there, because it is so vital in this space. And this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning.
Can I say something? I don't have a video. I don't have my video on. I hope that's okay.
Yeah, it's totally.
But yeah, just to kind of add on, I guess when Teresa said it, it kind of put a light bulb in my head. So I'm a web developer, web designer, and that's my day job, and I run my own web design business, freelance. That's my side hustle. But I learned empathy because it's like on the flip side, as a very technical person, as somebody who like understands coding and that sort of stuff, it's very easy for me to get very deep into things and to think that my clients, particularly when it comes on to like my side business with clients, that they just understand everything that I'm saying or all that I'm doing. So I learned how to speak and communicate better with my clients about my process, about my work, what's involved, and just having empathy that not everybody, everybody kind of has a different comfort with technology and how they interpret things and they say things. So I learned a lot about kind of learning to speak to people, clients particularly, better and kind of on their level and simplifying things.
Can I just add something to that, if you don't mind?
Yeah.
I think you're absolutely right. But one thing I think, and me being like in my late 50s already, is not that we don't know and stuff about technology, but when I grew up and how I worked, it was all face to face. We talked to people, we interacted. It was a whole different world of how we did business. So it's not that we can't learn it or can't come up to it. We just never had to do it because it wasn't how we operated. So now, now that we're getting it and going on it, like, I mean, we're the best in our game. We just had a different game. So now if we can all come into technology, we can run the whole thing crazy because, we have that skill set already. And the person to person thing is the hardest thing to learn, in my opinion, because it's dealing with like someone else's personality.
Yeah. And I totally appreciate that too. I'm definitely not like saying that, like people can't understand. It's just, for me, honestly, it's, communicating, I think better, and just having more empathy for the person listening to me on the other side. And
Cool.
Yes, someone asked, is there going to be a list of resources of everyone here? So I just dropped my email in there. So I'm going to make a list. If you want to be included, send me your name, your website, what you do, and then I'll put a list together that we can all share, and I'll email it out to everyone with the follow-up with the recording of this. So go ahead and shoot me an email, and I'll make sure that you get on that list.
Okay, great.
Can I say something? Can you see me or hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I'm a little bit different probably than most of the ladies on this panel. I'm a federal worker, have been for 28 years. I'm a U.S. Park Ranger. So communication and being around people is not an issue for me because this is what I do all day long, every day. But I found that within the last 10 to 15 years of my job, I was coming out not just stressed for the community, but angry because I was not being seen. A lot of that had to do with my color. Angry because I was a female, angry because I was older. So all these impacted how and when I did my job. And every day I would come home angry. And when this pandemic hit, I was so stress-free. I couldn't begin to tell you when they check in on me here at my house, they ask me what's my mental state like. And I said, I'm fine. I'm fine. It gave me such clarity to know what I wanted to do. It gave me the ability to sit down and figure out what I'm going to do next. I know that I probably will retire with federal service earlier than I want to because I'm working on that plan. I plan on implementing this outside of this country. I don't want to be here to do this. And I know this because I can feel it in my bones. And when I tell you that I've had dreams about me doing this outside of the country, I know that it's coming. So when I'm looking down these questions, they all tie into the bigger picture for me. And listening to what the ladies are saying, from the manifestation to how I found myself in this pandemic, and it just cleared up a lot of things for me. A lot of the anger has dissipated. And having the talking point to where I have my bouncing person has passed, and that was my mother. She's no longer here, so I don't really have anybody to bounce ideas off of anymore, and I miss her. But at the same time, she gave me the strength. She raised me. I'm a woman that she did raise. And with all this going on, I know that I'm going to get past this point. So it's really good hearing you ladies talk about these things, because you're filling in that space that my mom would have filled in. And I'm so glad that you're here today, because I'm listening to you all, and I don't have to ask those questions or necessarily respond, because you're answering them for me. So thank you all for what you're giving today.
I'm gonna get this. Everyone's clapping. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming on and sharing your story. And I'm just gonna say namaste.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go on to the next.
Can I share really quick, please?
Absolutely.
Yes. Hello, everyone. And thank you for this space. Such a beautiful afternoon. I wanted to answer the question, what new skills or knowledge did you learn or improve on this year? And what I did was my cosmetology license was in lapse because I just wasn't using it. I thought I would have it forever, but then I wasn't using it, so I let it lapse. So I kept saying for like the past 2 years, I'm gonna renew it. Well, COVID, I had nothing else to do, so I went ahead and renewed it. And so that's one thing. And then another question passed earlier to our DIY home improvement ladies. I knocked down a wall, so I'm pretty excited about that. That was fun. Knocked on a wall, so that's what I wanted to share. And thank you, everyone.
Nice.
I have a question. Well, not a question, a comment as well. My name is Kamian, and I can totally appreciate what was said earlier about COVID, how it was such a terrible time for some people, but it gave me an opportunity to breathe. I was so busy. I'm an educator. I was in school at the same time, and I would get up about 7 o'clock in the morning, and I wouldn't come home till 11 o'clock at night. And I would leave from school. I had a car issue, which was kind of crazy. I bought the part, and it took 2 months for me not to get it. And I finally had to order it somewhere else. During that time, I was taking like Lyft to work and then taking the train to my school. And I was tired. My body was tired. My spirit was tired. And I mean, I was just doing, a lot of things at one time, and everything went online, and I didn't have to be at work at 8:30 anymore. It was at 10 o'clock, and then things are done at 2 o'clock, and then classes at home, and I'm in a t-shirt. I got professional clothes that I'm wearing, and I'm washing clothes at loads at a time. And it allowed me to free up in a way that I never had before. I have like 4 closets of clothes, and I was able to eliminate things, start throwing things away, clean in a way that is freeing, because it was clutter, but it wasn't like filth. It's just stuff. And like washing clothes and folding them and they stay in a basket for 2 or 3 weeks. And so it freed me up. It let me breathe. Before COVID hit on the 20th of February, I was on a bus coming from school, and I got hit by a drunk driver on the bus, and the car hit sideways and hit me directly in my back. So I was going through that. It gave me opportunity to rest, to go to physical therapy where I wouldn't have had an opportunity to do before. So as terrible as it was for some people, it gave some people an opportunity to breathe, to realize life is precious, to take account for those relationships and things of that. And, when we first started, I was like, well, I knew what I was going to put on the board, but I've got like 18 sheets of paper where I'm thinking of concepts and things that it helps your mind get together to think about all the things you want to do, from relationships to work to manifesting yourself into the dream job that you want. So I think this is an absolute wonderful platform, and I'm very appreciative that you guys had the forethought of thinking about it in a way that helps us begin to meditate and to continue to do that. So I just thank you for that.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. And Kina, feel free to jump in here at any time. I just didn't see you on there anymore, but I'm going to keep just saying that, yes, I sent out an email and literally yesterday, and Kina hit me back and she was like, what a thoughtful email to send out. But there was all these things that, and I said, 2020 started off with, us having Kobe Bryant pass away, to going into a pandemic, to, having the country, unrest, to having a presidential election that divided us all even more. But if we focused on the negative, we're going to keep getting the negative. But the more that we can talk about how amazing 2020 was, even though we had those things happen, there was amazing things that happened. People were begging to come home to spend more time with their kids. I got to know my son better. Like I didn't realize that there was so many things about him that I just didn't know because we weren't around each other. We were running that rat race. Every morning I was getting up, taking him to school. He was sitting in school for 8 hours a day. Then after school, we're heading to practice. By the time we got home, it was just enough time to go eat, sleep, get up, and let's do it again. So we're able to have these different conversations, and parents are being able to come together. As much as people didn't like, is you got to realize, did I really love my spouse that I was with?
Mm-hmm.
And because a lot of people, I want them to realize, no, really pay attention. Did I really? Because so many people get married for other reasons other than just love. They're looking for financial gain, or they're looking for someone to help them raise their kids because they just don't want to do it alone. But they're living this rat race, so they never really spend time together. It's just out of convenience. So we got to really pay attention to, am I in a relationship that is really serving me and helping me thrive? Because it's not just you having those relationships, but the relationships that your kids see that you have with other people, that's a direct reflection of the type of relationship they're going to have and seek out when they are older. So people got to wake up and realize, the relationships that I am, are they serving me? Are they serving us? And as much as people don't like the idea of divorce or separating, I personally have some friends that was like, we reassessed the situation and found out that part of our unhappiness was because we were never in this situation for the right reason.
Mm-hmm.
And
hey.
Yeah, so just
I know you're hitting a lot of spots on a lot of people's emotion right now. You should see the chat. I know you can't see while you're talking, but I develop the approach every year to having, I don't want to say hashtags. That's so like, I don't know what it is anymore. I just don't like it, but it's a motto or it's a mantra or something that I can hold on to. Last year was Moments Matter. So somebody mentioned making her moments matter by being present and listening. And this year, I didn't even know about COVID, but I put in there 2020, the year of open doors. And those doors, a lot of people have talked about, they've gotten rest, they've discovered their children, they've seen the relationship or not. New opportunities for work have come up, getting to know their parents. and then loving themselves more. I love that. But that's their 2020 motto was real, and the doors are open. You can walk through them or not, but they're open, and we just have to take advantage of that. And I'm working on mine for this year, and I think I'm going to land on love wins. It's that simple. So I just think that's something we could do on a vision board level too, is consider what your words are going to be this year.
I love that. If you literally go to my website, that's what it says in my footer. Love always wins. That is so
Yes.
I just wanted to make one comment. I wanted to actually piggyback off someone that's saying that 2020 was all these negative things, all this positive. I agree. Actually, at the end of 2020, my younger brother got pretty sick and actually is hospitalized now. But it actually brought our family, and especially us, like very, very close, because now we talk every day. But before then, you know, you just kind of take life for granted, and, you know, everyone just kind of lives their own thing and do their own thing. And you just kind of now expect everyone to be okay. But then when things and people start not being okay, you start paying more attention, and it forces you to be like, okay, let me make sure that I not only pay more attention, but I make sure to like make us count, prioritize you guys. And I think bringing a family closer together and making you guys stronger, because, you know, there's no testimony without a test. So being able to kind of withstand the storm and go through the test with each other and be stronger was really important with us.
I'm just gonna hop in and say that I love wins, and so I wrote it on the Post-it note that's in the workbook so that I can put that on my vision board. So I don't know if there are like any nuggets that people are dropping in here. You want to make sure that you take it with you. In the back of your workbook, there's a whole lot of things that you can cut out to help you, but there are some Post-it notes, Post-it style notes with little paper clips on them that you can just cut off and then paste on there just so you have it to remember. So I just wanted to throw that in there for you guys too.
Yeah, I love that. I love that you have your vision board, so we can start watching you begin to paste things onto the vision board. So yeah, for everyone else, as we're going through this, if you want to put your laptop on the floor, do whatever, so you can begin to get creative, because we're going to go into the last question, and then we're going to start continuing the conversation. The conversation is not going to stop, but we can begin to create now as we're going forward, because our creative juices are flowing. We've been hearing other people talk about what they've been manifesting. So this is the place that you want to be in, because energy is moving, and I can guarantee what the results out of your vision board, now that your juices are flowing, it's going to be totally different had you just walked into this just plain whatever, just cutting. Like, oh, I want to manifest a big house, put a big house on there. Oh, I want to manifest a car, put a car. No, but this is now, it's going to be for more meaningful and thoughtful during this process. So with that said, someone asked me the password to get the workbook. I dropped the link directly in there, so you don't have to worry about getting the password. Click on the link inside of the chat and it will take you directly there. And that's going to lead us to, who wants to go ahead and read off the last question on this page?
I can do it. Hi, this is Brenda. And the last question is, what things, people, or experiences brought you joy and happiness and joy this year? And for me, I will have to say, I didn't have my, didn't have my video on. I would have to say it's my coworker buddies who are now just my buddies. The one thing I do miss about not being in the office was just the interaction with people. So my coworker buddies that we normally talk, and we, talk about the latest gossip, Real Housewives, whatever. We started having a group chat, and practically every day we've always are in communication. And so it was just great to have, some type of normalcy and consistency with people who enjoy each other's company, even though we can't really be in the same environment, of course, due to the pandemic, but just having communications with one another and just really, making each other happy just with, the conversation. So that's what I wanted to say. And again, all you ladies are fantastic. You guys are inspirations. I'm really getting a lot of inspirational vibes from you guys. So I just want to give you guys kudos. So thank you.
Can I also hop in here? I can't raise my hand in the chat.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and I really did try, so I'm not trying to hop in front of anybody. But this year, some of the things that have brought me joy, I'm in a few groups on Facebook, and one of them is the PhD singles group. And also there's a Spell House group, is for people that went to Spelman and Morehouse. And we have these marathon Zoom calls where you open up a room and people fall asleep on each other, or eat breakfast together, have dinner together, and all of that. And we do this every single Friday. They're probably still in my Zoom room right now, but I open up the Zoom room every Friday at 7, and then the last person in, because I make people the co-host, the last person in is the one that closes it out. And the reason it brings me joy is because you never know how lonely people would have been during the year anyway. So just knowing that every Friday you're going to get together with some of your friends and you're going to talk trash and probably order drinks or whatever the case may be, it's just really a lot of fun. We've gotten to know each other a lot better and more, instead of just assuming things behind words on a screen or words on a phone. We were together during the election because it was like, look, this is stressful. We don't know what this country is about to do, so let's watch the election together. When people have been going through COVID, recovering from COVID, losing family members, still traveling and all of that, that's been one of the things that has been very fun and very happy. And I'm hoping to defend by May. I'm going to give this group a shout out in my reflections, because this group, the PhD singles particularly, have really carried me through this year. So it's been a lot of fun.
I would like to say something. My name is Jackie, and one thing that brought me joy, I have to say, and I didn't expect it, and it was homeschooling my children. And I was forced to, a busy life, a wife, a mother, and I'm a professor, and I did not know how that was going to work out, having to online school for my 7-year-old. And it brought me so much joy, unexpected joy, going, like, just teaching him phonics and playing games with him to help, teach a concept. And it was just like, I didn't expect it. And I wasn't able to do that with my girls, who are a little bit older, because they went to school and, and I picked them up, and that was that. But with him, I had to teach him. And so anyway, it really reminded me of the beauty of slowing down and being present with our children, because in this society, there's so many distractions, on our children, right? And so it's hard to compete sometimes with these distractions, right? Because they're so profound, right? And so it was really nice to be home with the 3 children, right? And just being with them, right? And with that, I'm going to say, wellness. It was really nice to be able to do yoga with my children, right? We woke up, did like a 15-minute yoga practice, meditated, we prayed. So that was the blessing of 2020. So thank you. And I'm so thankful for this group and for this activity. So thank you.
Thank you.
Can I jump in for a second?
Yeah.
Okay. I love this format that you have going on, and I like the ideal of us preparing before we start putting down our visions and everything. But I would say to that question that I had breast cancer in 2018, and then I went through COVID in March, right at the height of it.
took me down 3.5 weeks. And I would say what my joy that came through all of that was the fact that I told my family, look, we needed to take a family picture while I still felt like I was young enough to be in the picture without looking like an old lady, because I really felt like coming out of COVID, I feel like it aged me. But I also found ways of exercising at home, which I probably would have never done before because I would go to the gym. So I would say a lot of those things brought me joy, and just reaching out to my family and my grandchildren. I have 2 granddaughters, and they bring me so much joy. I mean, even all the way up to Christmas time, being able to have a snowball fight with them for the first time. So I would say just the joy and the experience of just having that family time, and making the best out of everything that was going, and being able to see the positive in it, even though there were some negative things that were going on, but being able to see more positive and help encouraging other people to do the same thing. So that's my thing.
Awesome. FYI, you're absolutely gorgeous. You're beautiful. And you have many, many, many more years that you're going to be able to take photos, girl. So, so get ready. So with that said, anyone else want to add on to that last one? Because if not, I'm going to give.
Share.
Yeah,
Can I share, please?
Hey, this is Jennifer. First, I just want to thank you, Karisma and Kina, for setting the tone for this space today. It's been beautiful. And I just really appreciate the energy. But the person, I wanted to just share about the person this year that brought me joy. And we actually connected, my biological mother and I connected in 2019. I was adopted as an infant, and through ancestry.com, we were reconnected, and then didn't have a whole lot of time to really get to know one another because of life and just everything else. And so in 2020, we just were really able to get to know each other, get to know kind of the background of the story. And I was able to kind of come to some peace, you know, through learning more about who she was when she had me, and learning about who she is now, and just finding all of the connections between us that were completely unbeknownst to me because I didn't know her, right? And learning that there's so much in just the genetics, and how much of her is me. And so it's been really moving for me and has changed my life. And so I'm just really thankful for 2020 to allow me the time and space to make that connection, and thankful for my mother, who I didn't know and now do.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yes.
If you don't mind, I'd like to contribute just a little bit. I promised one of my friends I would not always be a lurker. I'm on Clubhouse and I just listen. That's just my introverted nature. But I think what's serendipitous is that I discovered Travel Noir in 2016, and I went on a trip and literally came back to the States from South Africa and just started imploding my life. I just realized that it wasn't what I wanted it to be. I'm a little bit of I guess a recovering poor kid. My parents grew up in housing projects. And so I have been literally just piecing life together, like step by step, day by day. If I told people half of the things that I've experienced in life, they would not believe me. So, but when I came back from that trip, I just started second guessing so much. Like literally a couple months before that trip, I had a breast cancer scare. And I just remember crying and telling that the physician, I needed to figure out how to get my money back because I needed that for chemo. And she said, honey, I don't care what you need for chemo, but you're going to Africa. She was like, whatever I got to do to get you on that flight, you're going. And it just occurred to me that I just needed to stop thinking the way that I had been thinking. And so with that, I quit my job a month or two after I got back, started untangling myself from a relationship that was no longer serving me, and emptied out my accounts and just started living life. But something I never anticipated is that the stories that you hear, like people would tell me stories about how their job paid for school and how someone gave them a house. And I was like, boy, how does that happen? And when I tell y'all it started happening, and I said, I gotta stop going to lunch with people, because every time they tell me something about them, it happens to me, and I can't handle this. And my condo literally it wasn't given to me, but a boss from when I went back into the workforce, just unbelievably generous in spirit. And I mean, he's like, I'm rich. I don't, his second wife owned this. We're sorority sisters. She's been so sweet, but he said, my son has it and he's got to get rid of it. He can't afford that thing. And I'm tired of paying the mortgage on it. You want it? And I was like, you know what you pay me? Can I afford it? And and it just happened like so fast. Like we had that conversation in March. He was under contract till April 1st. I closed May 31st. And I had $200 in my account when we started talking. And when I tell y'all the down payment just showed up, and I just became a homeowner out of sheer accident. And I hated this condo. I hate to say it, but I could not enjoy it. It was too much. It happened too fast. I did not know how to, I just didn't know what to do with it. And this pandemic has just forced me to be in it. And the amazing thing is that the women that I work with were friends with his wife when she was single, and they installed the floor in my kitchen. And I'm talking about my current boss now and my mentor. So they installed the appliances. They did all of this stuff in this condo, and they said, "Girl, you better love that thing. That's yours. You earned it. You better live in it." And so my boss was very intentional. I now work for someone that came into the organization under that leader's tutelage, and she said, now that you have to be home, I need you to fall in love with it. And literally she asked me, what are you doing? What are you painting? What are you adding in? And I have just, I never thought I could love it. I felt like I just needed some place to live. And it just happened in a way that I didn't think it could, and I wasn't ready for it. And now I have just I'm completely in love with every inch of it. And I just did not see that happening at the start of the year, because it just felt like a bill on January 1st is what it felt like. And now it feels like home.
Yeah. And I would love to touch on the part that you said that things just started happening because you were around people and they were talking about things that were being given to them, and all of a sudden you start hanging out with them and things started being given to you. That is the power of community. And when you're around other people that have these mindsets, they expect it to happen. Guess what? You start looking for it and say, "Oh, well, she got it. Where's mine?" Like you start expecting it. She began manifesting and you didn't even realize, like, that right there is the most important thing. Is when you're around other individuals that are winning, you start to have the expectation that I'm going to win too. And she just changed her vibrational level just from going to travel. And yes, travel does that. So again, an amazing community that we give shout outs to: Travel Noir, Afrotech, like they're all sitting on here. If no one realizes, like, it's the connection. So you'll see me on Travel Noir, you'll see me on Color Me World, you'll see me on Wonderful, you'll see me on Hodges, brunching with the beauties. So this invitation went out to multiple communities to bring us all together so that we can manifest and have these like-minded stories and sharing with other people. So now that Tiffany has shared her story and that she's manifesting, y'all all just need to do #me too. Like, it's coming to me too. And start expecting and start watching these things show up. I'm going to give another example. It's earlier when I shared that my son had started to begin to understand manifestation when we watched The Secret, and then his grades changed, and then he was like, "Well, Mom, if it's that easy, I'm about to manifest these stuffed lace tying shoes, and they're $300." And I was like, "Okay." So I was sitting there really happy, but he started to expect it. And he came home from visiting with his great grandmother that weekend, and he was like, "Look what I got." And mind you, before he was like, "No, I'm not going to ask for these things because I'm always told no. I'm told that they're too expensive. But for the first time, he believed that he can have it, that he could have it. And it had nothing to do with the price tag. It's just there was something that he wanted to have. And so now you'll start to see that it becomes so easy that you start manifesting even more quickly. So I'm going to touch on one other thing because we were talking about staying home and homeschooling your kids. How many parents do we have here? Anyone want to give a shout out, like saying that I'm a mom, I'm a dad, I'm a parent? Even if you're auntie, uncle, you got kids in your life.
Yes.
Yes, we are home. Talk about money. Show them how you're making money. Have these conversations because if we're not, the problem is that if we're not having these conversations, they're not going to learn. If you don't know how to invest, start learning and let them learn with you. The conversations of money and wealth, generational wealth, they happen in the household. They don't teach them this stuff at school. So this is a blessing within itself because now they get to see my son literally started his own little business only because he saw mom constantly doing business. He didn't see mom and dad going to a job every single day. So therefore he had Me Too moments because he was learning. So if you do have a regular job, if you're investing, like we all do fun things, start doing it with them around. Don't say this is grown folks business. Have these conversations with them because if not, guess what? They're going to have to learn the mistakes when they get 18, 19, 20, when they can learn it now. I just opened up an investment Forex account with my name on it, but it's a little fun account for my son to start learning. So he can start learning about money and messing up. So if he decides to want to do it when he gets older, he's messed up already. He's not having to learn from scratch. So with that said, Tina, I'm going to bring you back on because I'm going to have you go over this next section here where we're going over, what is this? The
areas of improvement.
Areas of improvement, which also leads into, okay, I'm trying to look at, because there should be a page right after it, the 8 dimensions of wellness. So if you want to go, because those two go together, and if you want to just go.
Okay. So in your workbook, there are these 2 pages. There's a wheel with the 8 dimensions of wellness. And so in talking about or starting to think about what you want to manifest in 2021 and beyond, there are 8 areas of your life that you want to do that. Sometimes people just focus on the car, the house, the money, the boo. But there's a totality of things and all things are connected, all things work together. So you don't want to improve just one area of your life and other areas you're still suffering because you really don't experience full gamut of that improvement. So the 8 areas are emotional, financial, social, spiritual, occupational, physical, intellectual, and environmental. And with all of the stories and testimonials that have been shared thus far today, I think we've touched on every single one of those areas. So it's important to focus on the mindset. So let's say that you want to manifest becoming a millionaire, right? But and you put on your vision board like a stack of money, right? Or the word millionaire next to it. Well, the reality is, if you've been working in corporate America for, at least 10 years, there's a good chance that you've already made $1 million. Now, you have to be a little bit more specific. Do you just want to be a millionaire or do you want to have wealth, right? So there's a difference between making $1 million versus having $1 million or having a millionaire. But there's a mindset that goes along with being a multimillionaire. And you can't have a part-time mindset to accumulate that type of wealth that you're saying that you want to manifest. So you also have to work on the emotional aspect of it, right? You have to work on the financial aspect or area in your life. So what financial habits do you have that you need to shift that will put you on track to becoming this millionaire that you're manifesting yourself to be, right? So you can't be, this kind of frivolous with your money and expect to become a millionaire, right? It's not just, I just put it on my board and I'm just gonna wait for it to happen and I'm not gonna work on me. You have to work on all of these areas in totality. So when you're working through this, so before you start posting things on your board, as you start to work through this, think about ways that you want to improve in each area of your life. So emotional could be that you want to be more empathetic. Maybe you want to not be as reactive. Maybe you want to be responsive versus reactive. Environmental, maybe you don't like where you live and you want to change that. You want your home to be a place of peace for you, or an escape for you, or so that can be environmental, or it could just be that when you wake up and look out the window, you want to like what you see. Financial can be a total money goal, right? And we set SMART goals, but it could be a number, but it could also be a credit score. It could also be that you want to diversify your money. There are so many things that you can manifest, right? So, and know that in putting something on your vision board, the way in which you see it happening usually is not the way that it comes to you, by the way. Intellectual, it could be that you want to go back to school, it could just be that you want to read a certain number of books, like whatever that looks like. Occupational, maybe it's time for you to quit your job. Maybe you're looking for a push. Maybe you want to start something, or maybe you want to do a total shift and a total pivot. A number of people did that last year. It's not to say that because 2020 passed and that was the year of vision, that you can't do it in 2021. So what's going on? We had someone share, that her job was toxic. Right? There are a lot of us on here that could probably say the same exact thing, that our job is currently toxic, or at one point has been toxic, and that's why we left. I said all the time in my HR capacity that people don't leave jobs, they leave supervisors and managers. So it's usually a person at your job that's creating a very toxic environment for you, and you need to maybe remove yourself from that. Physical. What do you want to manifest with your physical health? And it doesn't have to be a number on a scale. It could just be how your clothes fit. It could be that you want to be able to stand in front of the mirror naked and look at yourself and smile, not laugh, but smile, right? Like you want to smile at what you see, not laugh at what you see. So, or it could just be that you want to be healthier. You want to eat better. You want to, learn how to incorporate healthier eating habits into your life, whatever that looks like. Write that in there. Social, whether you're an introvert, an extrovert, in between, what does social look like for you? What does community look like for you? What does creating and holding space with others, what does that look and feel like for you in this year? And then on the spiritual side, what does your spiritual relationship look like? What does that feel like to you? Is that, being more devout in your religious practices? Is it being more aligned in whatever your belief in higher power is, if you have that belief, or if you don't? What does that look like? And know that manifestation work, this visualization, vision boarding, is all spiritual work, right? Like it is all about seeing it. It says in the Bible, like write the vision, make it plain, right? So you're writing a vision, but it takes it a step further. You're not just writing it and making it plain, just having it out there. You're actually actively working towards it. And you are changing behaviors so that you can attain the things that you are saying you're going to make happen in your life. So that spiritual work could be, that you want to have a devotional period, right? You want to make sure that when you wake up, the first 15 minutes of your morning is dedicated to your spiritual practice, whether that's journaling, meditating, yoga, praying, a little bit of all of it, that's your journey. So you want to make sure that you focus on all of those areas, because you can't manifest in one and the others not play a part in that manifestation, or not impact the abundance that can happen in any one of these areas. So those are your 8 dimensions of wellness, and you want to make sure that as you're starting to put things on your vision board, that each of these 8 areas are identified. All right, that's it for me.
I'm going back to the drawing board myself. And has anyone started creating yet? Because if so, if you want to share something on the screen so we can see, that would be amazing. If people, we're just going to go around this wheel one by one, and let's give some examples or some areas on this 8 dimensions of wellness diagram on where you want to improve in each area of your life. And you guys can give 1, 2, 3 examples. But let's start with emotional, if anyone wants to share.
Karisma, before we do that, I'm just going to say the 8 areas again because a couple of people asked for it. So the 8 areas again are emotional, financial, social, spiritual, occupational, physical, intellectual, and environmental. Karisma, what are you drinking? That looks really good and chocolatey. I digress.
Maybe you should repost the link to the booklet.
Yeah.
Here, let me.
Maybe you should repost the link to the booklet because some folks may have missed that early on.
There goes the link. Oh, that was private. So let me, that might help if I send it to everyone.
Thank you. It's a great book, by the way.
Okay, so you guys in the chat box, if you want to open up that, and you'll just scroll down till you get to the diagram. Oh, Jacqueline, your photo of you when you were young is so cute.
I keep forgetting that's on there. That's like 2nd grade.
I love it. I love it. So we're going to start back with emotional. So what are some ways, areas of improvement when it comes to emotion? And so as Kina said, that was coping effectively with life and creating satisfying relationships in your emotional. I can tell you something that I am looking for areas of improvement, and it's something I've been working on more than just this past year, but I want to continue to say I love you more and more, and getting comfortable with finding love in everything that I do. So yeah, that is my emotion, because I know that I have a tough skin, and when you go through a lot of hard times growing up, we create these layers and these shells that we use as a form of protection. So I know the more that I can find love and share love and create love, the more I can begin to unpeel those emotional baggages, that those emotional layers, so that the true charisma can come out and shine.
If I may, can I say something?
Yes.
Go ahead. Thank you. Sorry, I'm zoomed in. I'm standing and I got a big head as it is, so excuse me. But something that I would like to share is overcoming imposter syndrome. I feel like, I don't know if it's partially cultural, but coming from an Ethiopian household where women are very much told to, you know, kind of be subtle and not really speak out all the time. It's just like a very reserved culture. And then having some sort of like mental health issues for the last couple of years, I just kind of sold myself. I didn't even sell myself, right, for anything. And so that's a big deal for me, because I feel like it'll touch on everything else. Occupational, like what kind of job, like do I feel qualified to do X, Y, Z? Well, how can I get the job if I don't believe in myself that I'm even qualified for it? How can I get someone else to see that in me? Believing that, you know, it's just, this touches on everything for me personally. So just trying to get over that and believing and accepting that I belong to be in this space. I belong to be in that meeting. I should have X kind of relationship or this kind of thing happening in my life. And if I don't see that, and if I don't overcome this idea that I don't deserve it or that I'm not qualified enough for it, and I can't get anywhere on this wheel, to be honest. So
that was awesome.
That was awesome. I would like to just add something to that if nobody minds. That was awesome, and you seem very young. And I guess if you just look around this Zoom and see all of the wonderful women and all the things that we've done, and we felt all the feelings that you've had at some point or another, and we've all made it. So if that could be any sort of encouragement to you to realize that we all have mental health issues and things with our families and stuff, but just keep persevering. You're beautiful, you're young, you're gonna go far. And it's good to, it's good to acknowledge, because then you can move past. So I thank you for sharing that. I think it's phenomenal.
I would like to hop in as well. I'm eating, so I'm not turning on the camera because I don't think you want to see that. But some of the words that I learned to adopt when manifesting things is I deserve, because like you said, you are worthy and you deserve to be in the room. And when I remember when I was manifesting the current job that I have now, I was coming from a place of, I worked at a previous company and was underpaid for so long. And I knew it was time to hop into the shoes and the salary that I deserved. So I remember, and I took 2 years off of corporate to push the dissertation along. So my salary was really, really dismal compared to even the underpaid salary that I had before. So I wrote down the salary that I want, or at least the base that I want. And I remember telling God, telling the universe, instead of saying, man, I don't know how this is going to happen, I switched the language to, I can't wait to see how you work out this miracle. And once I did that, I mean, everything started falling into place. Like Tiffany said, I inherited a house, and it's actually my brother's house, my oldest brother's house. I've always been in love with his house, but now it's mine. I inherited a car after my youngest brother passed away. I inherited a car that he had bought for his girlfriend. I don't even know what happened with all of that. But I'm sitting here in a new house in a new car just because I switched the mindset and switched the language and had a little bit of a focus of, I want to get closer home. So for me, the emotional and the spiritual was actually being intentional. And I don't know if anybody here is familiar with Tantra, but that even opened me up more to actually expressing and saying the things that I wanted and being very explicit with it without hiding behind nice words and behind kind words. Like whatever I wanted, I didn't have to dress it up in a way that didn't sound like me. I got to use my words, very simple, and just keep it very plain so that I can get what I want, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. And again, surround yourself with people that are going to encourage you, Rebecca, to go after. And sometimes we talked earlier that it's going to involve, maybe those conversations aren't always with your family, but you got to have your soul sisters. You got to have other people that they can constantly feed that light into you, because I know that when I pick up the phone and I'm having doubt and I call Kina, she's going to make sure that I'm falling in line with what Karisma unapologetically wants. So you need those people that aren't going to just sugarcoat things and just make you feel good, but those are your real, like your real friends, going to tell you how it is. Hey, go out there, try it, make a mistake, fuck up, do it again, get up, go do it again. And if it makes you makes you feel good, go do it again. Don't let the naysayers tell you can't be, because you're just going to constantly be unhappy. And that's what causes, like, unfortunately, there's people that have gone through COVID and they didn't make it, not because COVID got them, but because their mindset got them, and they decided to take their own life because they had to deal with them for the very first time. So just get yourself around some soul sisters, around some people that are just going to be those shining lights for you, and it's going to encourage you. And I have some Ethiopian friends, and it's going to take one by one to change the mindset that has generationally been instilled. So these are reprogramming that has to be done, and it's not going to happen overnight, but it can happen day by day.
So Karisma, sorry, I was chewing with some hummus, but you touched on something about reprogramming. And basically, my mantra is you heal yourself, you heal the collective. And part of the healing is when you learn how to reparent yourself. And so the work that has to be done and learning that your parents, or appreciating that your parents and grandparents and great grandparents and so on, they did the best that they could with the information that they had at the time, right? And that doesn't mean that it was right or wrong, it just was what it was. But now when you get to a place where you're starting to expand your understanding and your knowledge, and you start to heal various aspects of your life, you start to look at things not from a place of judgment, from how you were raised or how you were brought up, but just from a place of empathy. Like, okay, I recognize that that is what it is or what it was, but that's not where I choose to be. And you start doing this work, the self-work, healing what we call the inner child. And it allows you to move and ebb and flow in a different way, in a different space. And so we have all been shaped based on, tradition and cultural things and all of that. We've all been programmed in that way. That doesn't mean that you have to stay there. And so know that just by speaking it, you're starting the process, but working on that shadow side, the side of yourself that you don't let people see, but it's there. So like that imposter syndrome, we've all struggled with it. I have moments, I'll give you a total real moment with that. I'm an herbalist, right? A yoga teacher and a whole bunch of other things. And my son got COVID. Like COVID knocked on my door and COVID rolled her little funky ass into my house, and I was not happy about it. And I paused for a second and I said, like, holy crap, am I as good as I think I am? Or am I really a healer? Or all of those things came up in my own mind because it impacted my child. But, I had to work through that. And in working through imposter syndrome, one, you got to call it out when it happens, right? And I called Karisma. Like, oh my God, my goodness, COVID. And I'm like, it's her mom, and all this stuff. And then I had to pause, right? And then she's like, well, breathe, right? Like she literally did to me what I do to her, right? She's like, pause, breathe for a second. And that's what you have to do. When those moments come up for you, where you start questioning your worth and your value, I need you to pause and breathe. And then like, no. I'm not gonna let that come in. I'm gonna reprogram my thought process. And I do deserve to be here. I have done the work. I do have the knowledge. The world does need to hear my voice. Whatever that looks like for you, whatever the conversation sounds like, you keep saying that until you truly wholeheartedly, not just believe it, but embody it and all the things, that you do. So know that part of the stuff that we carry isn't really us. It's epigenetics, right? It's intergenerational type trauma and toxic and all that kind of stuff. And you can totally 100% reparent yourself, reprogram your thought process and your actions so that you don't carry that forward. So if there are things that you're holding on to from 2020, that's something that your grandmama told you that doesn't make you feel good though, you don't have to carry that into 2021. You can make that decision that for your well-being, for your wellness in one of these 8 areas, you're no longer going to carry that forward. I'm done. I can talk all day on this.
Yes, that was dope. Yes.
No, that was hot. That was hot.
The words right out of my freaking mouth and my mindset. So yes, anyone else want to talk about the, something emotionally that maybe you're trying to overcome? Because remember, when we speak up, there's someone on here that maybe hasn't spoken up yet, but they're having Me Too moments. So just
I would love to, if I could. I think mine was losing my son. He passed away on New Year's Eve. And so this is a double-edged sword for me. I was a single mom, 3 kids, trying to outdo the stereotypes of what people said my children, because I'm African American, what they said they would grow up to be. And he was phenomenal. You know, you work hard, went to the Air Force, was a pilot, just came home, passed away in his sleep peacefully. But just as a parent, it wasn't just a loss, it was a guilt. How dare I be, you know, now I'm 51, but how dare I be still here and he's not? It's not supposed to happen this way. I should have gone first. This was the plan. I worked too hard as a single parent to, you know, have that taken from me. So there was anger and just a lot of emotional guilt, I think. But when I took the time to reflect, and I often say charisma is the reason I quit my job. And I got on a plane, it was 2018. I had been seeing you on Travel Noir for a while. And I was just so mad at you one time after something you had said, and you do have that thing about love wins. And so I followed that, and I got on a plane and I went cross country for a new job that I had taken. And it was there that I healed. I think I was in South Korea, and I went to Bangkok first. And this was around Christmas because I didn't want to be at home in Chicago reminded of him. And it was that time that just kind of freed me. That's where I healed, in Bangkok. And then I went to Seoul, and then I went from there to China. And so the traveling just, it's always been there now. But that's the part of me that has really healed. And I still have to work on it. I mean, even before this, if you had caught me this morning, I was crying like a baby. But I've learned to forgive myself and understand that, you know, things happen for a reason. Um, and because of that, I've also learned through him to follow the advice that I always gave my kids. You're young, you know, live in the moment. You're not guaranteed. These are all the things that we kind of tell our kids and we raise our kids to do. But I think as parents, we never think, you know, about the lessons that they teach us. And so in his life, instead of people walking up and saying, "Oh, I'm so sorry, you know, that's terrible," I had more people walking up to me saying, "Geesh, you know, your son did more than me. You know, he was only 20 years old." And it was more of that. And that was a lesson he left me with, I think, in his death, is to not hold on to the hurt and the loss and to just follow my own advice and how I told him to live. And so I started living. And I've just done that ever since, you know. Um, and you're right about finding like-minded people. I think the travel group saved me because I started surrounding myself with people that were living for the quality of life and not the quantity. Not caring about how much more I'm going to make, but what does my quality of life look like? You know, can I wake up and do exactly what I want to do? Can I be a true inspiration to my daughters who I still, you know, have to raise? That became more important, and really living that truth that I had told my kids, which I wasn't doing. I was so busy being a parent and making money and trying to give them everything they needed. I wasn't putting myself first. And the last lesson that I'll leave you with, my son always told me something when he went to the Air Force. He's like, "You know what, Mom, this is your time to be selfish now." So I live with that. And just hearing all the different women, you know, the imposter syndrome, all of that, that's on me. I can feel that because I think when you lose a child, you kind of feel like an imposter. You kind of feel like, ugh, how dare I? You know, celebrating a birthday is painful. Like, how dare I laugh? How dare I be happy? You know, but coming into these groups and just hearing the different things that all these women are going through, it kind of rewires my brain and it makes me happy. And right now I'm smiling. I don't do a vision board per se because I travel so much, but I do a little, it's kind of like one of those photo albums you can put in your purse. It's real small, and I just cut up my pictures, I make notes on it, and I carry that with me. And so if I'm on a plane, if I'm in a restaurant, wherever I am, if I ever need to remind myself of what it is I'm manifesting, I can just open it up and look at the different pictures and the notes and kind of remind myself. So I'm really happy for all of you. And this is really, really great, Karisma. You've saved my life over the years. So if you don't think you're doing anything great, there are perfect strangers out here that you don't even realize you're touching.
First off, thank you, and I celebrate your son's life with you. I too I too lost my one of my sons. I lost my second born son, and I know what that hurt feels like, and it takes a long time to get through. So understand you're not alone. If you want to DM me, like we can have some conversations. But
Wow, I did not know that. I'm sorry.
yeah, my other son helped me get through it because he goes, Mom, why are you focused on him being gone when he's here with us every single day? And he goes, he's in the back seat sitting with us. So when we travel, he's with us, and there's always three of us. There's never just two of us. So if I can give my son's words of wisdoms, he'll have those conversations because I lost my dad a few years ago. After I lost my son, and 1 year later, I lost my dad. So they went back to back, and so my son had that conversation with me, and to this day, I email my dad like as if he because we still have conversations, and I believe that they're here with us, and if we would have those conversations, they're going to talk back to you, and just be quiet, because Oprah says listen to the whispers. Listen to the whispers, because he's not far away.
And that's funny because I have a ancestral altar, and I have just different pictures of my ancestors there, and my sage and everything. And you're absolutely right. I only started doing that this year. He passed away in 2014. I only started doing that this year. And I really do believe that there's been a shift in my emotions. You know, the pain is still there. I cry, but it's different. It's extremely different. I can find real joy, real laughter a little bit more now. I mourn him in a different way now. So I do believe that. And I'm so sorry, but thank you. Thank you for sharing. That means a lot because, yeah, Charles and Noir and you all were my saving points. Women like this in this group, you all telling your stories is so, there are women like me who just sit back and listen. And I've been coming to these things and just listening and never speak up. But I do hope that all 100 and something of you all realize like we're listening and we're taking it in. We need that.
Yes, definitely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kino, what's our next area that we're going to talk about? Let's see.
I think we were letting people come on. Okay, so that was emotional, I guess, environmental.
So anyone have any environmental? I'll start with one. So this year I started using like silicone straw and just buying things that were, even my baggies, like the stuff that I put my food in, reusable, everything, so that I wasn't just throwing every single thing away. And I got like a cork shopping bag, just environmentally wise, just paying attention and saving up for my Tesla, so I can get rid of the BMW so that we don't have to constantly be driving around something that is exuding gas versus it being electric.
Did I hear your son? Did I hear Sinqua in the back going woohoo for that Tesla?
Yeah, we've been talking about those goals on the way here. Yeah, he was like, Mom, that's like exactly what we need.
Yeah. So get specific. What color is it? And that's the thing, guys, when you're working on, when you're putting things on your vision board and you're wanting to manifest, you got to be real specific, because you will attract exactly what it is that you ask for. So I'll make it personal and talk about a man, right? So it's like, yeah, I want a man that looks a certain way, that, you know, I got that, but he didn't have the emotional intelligence I was looking for. So it's like, okay, I got to get a little bit more specific with what I'm looking for. So it's not just enough a man that has teeth. Yeah, you know, but and yeah, you'll get this old looking wrinkled person with all his teeth, and you like, seriously, really, So you kind of get a little bit more specific. So if you are, you know, you want that Tesla, what does it look like? What color is it? What's the inside interior look like? What are the finishes on the car? What do the rims look like? All of that. Is it the self-driving one? Does it have the big computer or the small one? Like all of that stuff. You want to get very specific about the details, because then what will happen is, now you've now said it. Now, when you walk out the door, you're going to start seeing Teslas everywhere, right? It just happens that way, right? And it helps you like, yeah, that's the car that I want. So you won't go out and get a BMW, another BMW, or you'll get to the point where there'll be work that needs to be done on your car. And you'll be like, do I really need to spend the money investing in this? Or do I now have what I have where I can go get the car that I want? So it's something to consider. I don't know about you guys, but the moment I put a car in my mind, I go outside, I see 500 million of those cars that I never really paid attention to before, but you're just more aware.
I'd like to go. Hi, I'm Miranda, and I do low waste, plastic free, sustainable living, and in I guess like April, May, I was like, I live in the Bronx, and whenever you need things, you have to go to another borough to get stuff. And I know I'm not the only one. There's other Bronx residents that are in that same situation. And so I was like, I really hate this inaccessibility and I want to do something. So I started a eco business where we provide sustainable products to Bronx residents. And it has helped my wellness because as I'm working on the business, I'm increasing my knowledge and research on environmental injustices that are happening here in the Bronx and ways that the community can come together and do more. And I just want to manifest that to continue to where we get our own eco space in 2021, to where residents can come and learn how to repair and mend their own products rather than buying more to reduce their consumerism aspect, which reduces the amount of stuff going into the waste and landfill, but also to speak up about the environmental injustices that are happening here, in our neighborhoods as well as globally across the world.
Go, Miranda. That's awesome. I couldn't get my chat to work, so I wanted to shout out and just jump in. That is amazing.
Yes, we need to get up and talk about environmental measures and not stay quiet about it. This isn't just, some flyby, thank you, ma'am, kind of thing that's happening, but it's needed on a global scale to save our world that we live in. And if really people really want to go deep, at one point we didn't inhabit Earth, we had to come from somewhere else. But the longer that we can preserve this gem that we've been blessed with, the longer we don't have to go and migrate somewhere else on a greater scale. It is no accident that you got Elon Musk and all these other individuals that are probing out other livable planets. Pay attention to what's going on, so that we don't have to go and move. Imagining, I don't like moving from house to house. Imagine, our future generations having to worry about moving from one planet to the next. So that's some really, far out stuff, but it's a conversation that we got to start having now.
May I add one more thing for environmental?
Yeah.
This is something that I've gathered from our pets and the neighbors who are little kids around me. Just grounding your feet in the grass. I know that sounds silly. Playing with the snow. I know we're all adults on here, but actively touching nature, picking up the leaves in the fall, or I don't know, walking barefoot as much as you can in your backyard or around the front of your house even, touching trees, being outside in the craziest weather, or letting your hair get wet. I know it's a big deal for me, and for most of us on here, but allowing ourselves to feel all of nature and not just the most pretty environment. I think that's really, it's helped me.
Yeah.
You are wise beyond your time. Grounding is so incredibly important. And when I talked earlier in the meditation about being connected versus being attached, we are all connected, right? There's an energy and a oneness between every living thing, whether it's a person, the tree, the grass, anything that can grow has life. And so, especially when you're feeling like you need some type of connection, some type of human interaction, just to go outside and wiggle your toes in the grass, you'd be surprised at that grounding technique, just connecting with earth and receiving what earth has to give and giving your energy back. And it's an energy exchange. And so grounding and tree hugging, all of that stuff is just so incredibly important. And you'll realize that it actually boosts your energy, it boosts your mood, all of that good stuff. So yeah, Rebecca's onto some stuff, y'all.
Yeah, she was dropping some knowledge. Yeah, one of the things I love to do too is not just when you're here, but even when you're traveling, ask permission when you're going to another country, or if you're going to another place, and ask permission when you get off that plane to have that relationship with their mother nature that is sitting there. One of the greatest examples I love here, we're going to constantly bring up stories of me and my son, but we were traveling to Hawaii, and literally they told him, do not take any rocks or take anything with him. So he didn't listen. He was a rock collector back then. Like literally, like we had a room with all these rocks from everywhere we'd go. So we're on the plane heading back to LA, and boom, the plane dropped dramatically. And I grab him and he goes, Mom, it's all my fault. He starts crying. I said, what's wrong? And he pulls out, he goes, I love your rocks. And so right then and there, I just told him, and I said, ask them for ask them to forgive and that you won't do it again. So he just had this conversation. And one, he's never touched things in other places without asking for permission to take a piece of it. But more importantly, he asked for forgiveness. Like, have that relationship with Mother Nature, because we do need permission. It is alive. The trees that we're cutting down, they're alive. They have souls. Like, we have to pay attention to that. And if you touch them and talk to them, like, again, listen to the whispers when you have those conversations, because they're going to speak back to you just the same. So, anybody else want to go? And for the record, we don't have to keep asking for permission. Just like if you want to chime in, we can make it more fluid and just go.
Hi, this is Sabrina.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry. I didn't know if I needed my headset. As far as environmental, for me, I've always loved the outdoors. I've done surfing, and I do a lot of hiking, and just love outdoor activities. But this year in particular, especially after Ahmaud Arbery's murder, that hit me so hard, especially someone who used to run and do track and everything. So just wanting to let everybody to know that we belong outside, and I'm loving the groups, especially on Instagram, and that are forming, and Black Girls Trekking, and Outdoor Afro, Brown Girl Outdoor World, all these wonderful groups that are encouraging us to get outside. And whether it's going hiking or skiing or snowboarding or skating, even just walking, like Girl Trek. I think that movement was phenomenal. So just wanting everybody to know that we belong outside and we belong in these spaces, and don't let anybody else tell you that we don't.
Yeah. We be out there too. I know if many of you that's on Travel Noir, we just literally did an episode where we brought people in there that were scuba divers, that those like Kina that go skydiving. We do all of those things and then some. There is not one thing that we don't do. We even get our hair wet. We go to the beach. We do all these things. So we're not letting anyone have these stereotypes. We go camping. We go glamping. We do it all. And we're just, the more we can share with others that, hey, this is what we can do too. Guess what? Because you're like, wow. I remember the first time we went, oh my gosh, we were going off the side of a freaking cliff, and I forget what you want to call rappelling. And so I thought my son was going to be the one that was afraid. He jumps off, yoo-hoo, he's jumping down, and I'm crying, trying to get my way down because to him, he was like, he figured I had done it before. So I didn't share with him my fear, but inside I was so freaking afraid. But yeah, we're out there doing everything. Yeah, someone says there's an outdoor tracker where you aim at getting 1,000 hours of outdoor time. Yeah, and get out in the sun, get some vitamin D. Go out, like we need it more than we realize. So Kina, if you want to turn that wheel for us and bring us on.
Can I hop in here as well? Yeah. So one of the things that I'll be hopping off in about 10 minutes, but one of the things I also wanted to chime in and say is that I'm big on community. So for everything that you just named, like there's a National Brotherhood of Black skiers, there's a National Association of Black divers. There, of course, we named the other trekking groups, but there's even this year, I plan on doing my first triathlon sprint, and there's a group of Black triathlon people and a group of Black marathoners and all these other things. So the community is really, really a big deal in making sure you don't feel like you're the only speck out in the woods or out on the road and all of that, because it's the Black Surfers group, they're a collective. I forgot about them. Thank you. There's a Black there are a lot of Black surfers that are emerging, and they have Instagram pages, and they have there's a Black collective group. I think that's the name of it, Black Surfers Collective. That's the name. So if you are out in these streets or out in these woods, make sure you find your community. I just wanted to chime in and say that part as well, because I think it's really important.
Yes.
Hi, I'm sorry. I just wanted to also say something really quickly as well before the wave moves on. When I was looking at environmental, I was also thinking about my home environment as well. And the things that I want to manifest in that, and does it reflect who I want to be and where I'm going? And I've been really good at the past at helping other people declutter or clean or help them move and organize. And I get out, I walk, I love swimming. And then I sort of come back home and everything's been quite messy or disorganized. And you are trying to find something, or it might be a particular item of clothing, and just trying to dig through lots and lots of stuff, which hasn't supported my health because I'm getting frustrated, not being able to find things and wasting time. And that's what this year has really kind of taught me to think, okay, what do I actually need? What kind of things do I still want around in my life, but also what am I bringing into my home environment as well? And a lot of us are also working in our home environments, and how do we sort of think about separating those two, or are they conjoined as well? And that's been really interesting to try and work out, to just make sure the energies of the two don't quite mix, but also that I've put aside space to grow my own practice. And that's become more and more important, and that putting time and energy into that and respecting my home environment.
Thank you for sharing that, because I think we all can use that information, right? Like how can what can I manifest my home to be, but what does it feel like when I come home, right? Like that's something that's really important, because we talk about manifesting all of these external things, but when I come home, what do I want my home to feel like? What does it look like? What's the energy? What does it smell like? Like you want to get specific. Again, I talk about details. Like it's really important that you do get specific about it. Like when I walk in, I want it to smell like this. I need XYZ kind of lighting, like all of that. I want my workspace to be separate from my sleep space. You know, me personally, I struggle with whether or not I want to add a TV into my room, because on lazy days where I don't want to get out the bed, it's great to just be like, but at the same time, I don't want to fall asleep to a television, because the ears are the one thing that's always open. And I don't want to. Have you ever fallen asleep with the TV on? And then you had the craziest dreams because you're hearing what's still playing on the TV. So like you're sleeping, like it's like a zombie apocalypse with like a little bit of Real Housewives and CNN all at the same time. Like, like it's just all of that. So, you know, get specific about what you want. You know, environmental definitely is your home. What do you want your home to look and feel and smell like? And what are the sounds that you hear in your home? And you know, if you like to bake, do you want to manifest a home that has a kitchen that allows you to cook the type of meals that you want to cook for you and your family? How do you want to feed your soul? How do you want to feed your body? Like, get into those specifics. So that is great. So thank you so much for reminding us that environmental is also our home space too. Yep.
Tag on a little bit to what Lydia said. I'm sorry, just to tag on to what Lydia said. If you are giving to someone else something that you in turn need, it's okay to give that to yourself. Lydia, I heard you say you're so good at giving to others, clarity, the decluttering, the organizing, and then you come home to those things that you need, and yet you've given them to someone else. It's okay to make time and give those things to yourself, because you're deserving of it.
I think you got quiet because everyone was like, yes.
Just the head nod, like, yes.
Sorry, I didn't do my hair yet, so no camera today.
It's okay. It's okay.
But I'm here with you all. I'm here with you all. I'm listening, and I'm feeling the spirit of each of you. So just pardon me for no camera today.
No, thank you so much for what you said, because it resonated 100%. So thank you.
So someone just sent me a private message. I won't read all of it, but one of the key things, she was like, how can I partner with you to do some events with Color Me World and or Travel Noir? So I'm going to drop my email in here. I am a lover to bring on other shining lights and share them with the community. So if you want to get on any of the platforms that I'm a part of, or if there's other people that you see that I have it and you want me to connect you, email me. I can tell you sometimes it may take me a couple of days to get back from email, just because I do my own personal resetting sometimes. So just hit me up, because, oh, I think I only said that to someone privately. I keep sending the same message to Joy. Sorry about that. I sent it to you, but I'll drop my email in here again. If I can be of any assistance in any way of getting your guys' messages out, just like we'll just have a conversation to make sure that it's in alignment with the communities that I am representing, and that what their message is in alignment with what their audience wants to hear. Most definitely, hands down, I got you. Just hit me up, send me an email, and we can make sure it gets taken care of in 2021. Tina, what's the next thing on our wheel?
All right, we're turning the wheel to financial. So anyone want to share?
Hell yeah, I want to share on this one, because yes. So I have the big, hairy, audacious goal of paying off all of my debt this year. Like you said, you need to run in packs where you and your friends are talking about money and climbing out of debt, all those things. And one of my friends just paid off his debt, and we have a trip scheduled for 2022. And the only people that are allowed to go on this trip are those who have paid off their student loans and paid off their debt. So it is a BHAG goal that is a lot of fun. and it requires me looking at money very differently and knowing that it's the tool that it is. So I paid off some of my debt when I got into this job, but looking at the student loans and looking at the debt that's been staring me in my face for a few years, getting rid of that because it's actually not servicing me for the next steps that I'm going to. So I'm excited. Yeah.
Yes, Kanisha. Yes, I'm with you.
Yes,
yes.
So where's the trip to? Because I'm assuming it's not to like Mexico. Like if you got to be paying off major debt, like we not just going to Cancun. You know what I mean? Like where we going?
No. So I have voted to do a Mediterranean cruise for 12 days. They have the 12 or 14 days. He is looking at planning an African cruise because sometimes we have skipped over the motherland. So he's like, no, we need to do a cruise in Africa. So we are, and Hash is on here as well. So she's part of that whole crew, but that's the goal. So we're looking at a 12, 14-day cruise on the other side of the world where yes, there she go, where we have to adjust our time clocks and everything. So I'm excited.
That's really dope. That's awesome.
Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna be disappointed if you said, "Girl, we just going to Puerto Vallarta.
We're going to Pennsylvania. We're going to Philadelphia. We're going to Philadelphia. We're going to ride the Amtrak.
We're gonna experience the U.S. in a different kind of way."
Understand that if someone lives on the other side of the globe, their dream destination is to come here to the U.S. So remember, one person's dream place is the other person, like they're tired of it. Imagine the people in Hawaii or in Thailand are oh my gosh, the Gili Islands. They're so freaking beautiful in Thailand. But when I went there, people was like, I can't wait to get off this island. And I was like, I couldn't wait to get to your island. So yeah, I know me personally, my goal is to make 100K in a month. For each month. And then I do have a goal, and Keena knows this and many other people, is that we're creating a group of women that are going to be all on the road to 6 figures in one of their streams of income. So I'm a big advocate for having multiple streams of income. Getting to 8 to 9 streams is my goal this year, and making that a 100K per month, and then helping others creating more streams of income so that when one goes down, you got 8, 9 more supporting you on the back, and you're not have to worry about anyone or anything. Because at the same time, you'll hear me talking about working for yourself. I do have friends that are doctors, that are nurses, and they absolutely love what they do, or they're a different type of service provider. And I would never encourage them to not do what they do, because that is what they love. But what I would encourage them to do is to have multiple streams of income. So if they ever want to check out for a month and someone tells them no, they can be like, fine, thank you, but I'm checking out. And when you get back, you have the freedom to go and find another position that is serving you. So it gives you more power in your relationship with you and your so.
Now that is absolutely powerful. This is Kamian again. And as I'm listening to that, I always said have 3 streams of income. But for me, I'm definitely going to push that up. You know what? I'm gonna think outside the box. I said I was gonna do 4. I'm gonna go to 7 streams of income. Why not? I can put it out there in the atmosphere. And I'm going to process of purchasing a house. And I know you people out in California, but I live in DC, and we're talking about $500,000, and you just don't know what's down the street from you. So, but I'm manifesting. I'm going to get what I want. I'm going to look outside my window and be happy. I'm not going to be worried about somebody selling something on their body part. So I'm going to be in a great place, and financially it's going to be quite all right. And I'm definitely going to look at paying some debt off. I've moved my credit score up within months. My credit limit, as a matter of fact, last week on a credit card went from like $1,400 to $5,000. And I was like, well, how did that happen? It was like, don't worry about it. Just let it happen. Just let it happen. So, I mean, I've definitely been more diligent about paying things off. Definitely paying things on time, but it's just working out in my favor. So yeah, I absolutely can dig that. I hope I can get Sally Mae paid off, but that hussy is something to deal with.
We are agreeing with you on your home. And I just moved from the DMV last year, so I totally can understand and relate to the cost of living in DC. And you could pay for $1 million home and go one block and it'd be like, really? Oh, okay.
Correct.
So yeah, no, I get Yep. But you'll make it happen. Get real specific about what that house looks like.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Alika here. And one of my biggest financial goals is I want to retire my mom. And I actually want to move her into a house that I build and then retire her is my goal. And one of the ways that I'm doing that this year is I'm actually quitting my job next month and moving to Charlotte to rebrand my business. I have 3 different businesses that I'm rebranding and refocusing, but I have some friends that are allowing me to like use their space to restart. So I still plan on finding a job because, you know, having the extra income is just smart during this time frame. But so yeah, I actually meet with my brother in about an hour. We're going to go over a financial plan. And then in 6 weeks, I quit my job and start over to achieve that goal of finishing getting out of debt. The only 2 debts that I owe are some medical bills and of course the student loan thing. But other than that, I'll be able to go full force in building my brands a little bit better and then also getting to that goal of retiring my mom.
Nice. All right, anyone else want to talk about finances before we go on?
Yes, I was actually about to put it in the chat, but well, I'm still going to put it in the chat. But I want the confidence and time management to create multiple streams of income. I'm a dancer. I love to teach, and I don't know how to monetize myself. Like one of the sisters said earlier, imposter syndrome is very much real. So there is a programming that I am still working on releasing of you're an artist, which means you're always going to be broke. I know that it's a lie. However, I haven't been given the tools to actually, excuse me, bring that into fruition. So if anyone knows how to consult an artist who wants to create, you know, multiple streams of income, I'm gonna put my email address in the chat.
We got you. Okay.
Yes, because I know I'm like,
Karisma, you see me looking at you, right? I'm like,
yeah.
Karisma, all right.
I got you. First off, artists are not always broke. That is actually something that they want you to believe because artists have free minds. And they don't want you to have a free mind because that means that you're thinking outside the box. That means they can't enslave your mindset, get you to work, follow the regimen, play the rat race. So no, they want you to believe that. So actually some of the most, why do wealthy people spend so much money on art? Because they understand how empowering it is. So no, hit me up because that's what I
say that
every day. Because there is multiple ways. There's a girl that hit me up early this year because I was like, hey, who speaks Spanish so that we can teach Spanish to the world. And now she's hitting me up having a different conversation. Thank you. I live in Trinidad, and because of you, I now make a full-time income out of the US because of the things that you showed me. She never thought that she can make money teaching Spanish virtually and having clients all over the world.
I'm one of her students.
It is freaking dope. So yes, there is lots of opportunities, and especially in this space that we are in now. So send me a DM, and if anyone else has any advice, like hit her up too. Yeah. I encourage everyone to, you know, have a couple of different perspectives from different people and just have those conversations. But then once you do, you got to decide to take action and what direction you're going to take, and don't be the artistic mindset that has to waver because they'll keep going back and forth. And once you decide to partner with someone, cut off all other options Don't let anybody in to have those conversations so that you can build whatever you're building, because something that artists do is they have self-doubt.
Mm-hmm.
And then you'll sit there and think, okay, well, should I go back and listen to so-and-so because they said something different than what so-and-so said? But once you decide, look at that person, are they doing anything close to what you want to do? Are other people learning from them? You know, and then just take everyone else out. Give yourself a time frame, if it's 6 months, if it's a year, and just go to work.
Got it.
If I can piggyback on that, I teach a course on turning your passion into profit. And there are several questions that I have people ask themselves when you're trying to figure out which lane, like how do I maneuver in that? But first, in dealing with the imposter syndrome, there's 78 billion people in the world, right? 78 billion.
Mm-hmm.
Never doubt that at least 1% of the world needs what you have to offer. Like, just think of it that way, right? Like, you're not trying to save the entire world. You're just trying to touch 1%, right? And maybe 1% is, you're like, girl, I'm just, if I get a half of a percent, I'm cool with that. And that's fine too, right? It's just, it helps to make it not seem so massive, right? So again, it's a conversation that you have to have with yourself first, but it's about figuring out your cultural add or advantage, right? Like, what is it that you bring to the table that nobody else does? What is your unique story? Because we all have one. So I can say, yeah, I'm a yoga teacher. Okay, well, there are 1,000,001 yoga teachers. Okay, I'm a Black yoga teacher. There are like 100,000 Black yoga teachers. But my unique advantage is that I am a former professional athlete that also is a nutritionist and an herbalist and a whole bunch of other things. So now I can cater what I do to that 1% that's looking for me, right? It's not me just trying to cast a very wide net. I'm being very deliberate and specific in who I'm targeting that's looking for what I have to offer. And so for you, it's just getting specific about who you are, what's your story, what have you accomplished, who have you helped along the way, how have you done it? You know, what do you stand for? What do you stand against? What makes you different? What's your unique story? And then taking that and putting that into something, and then, figuring out who your target audience is, and then shifting, how you market to them. But it's totally doable. My brother's an artist, and he did the same thing. He was like, well, I mean, everybody paints. He found his own niche, right? So he customizes furniture and shoes and purses and he does artwork, so you just figure out what works for you. And once you figure that out, then you find your unique selling point. Some people call it USPs, and go from there. But listen, tap into Karisma. Karisma is actually my business coach too. So tap into Karisma, because she is extremely resourceful, and we are all here to help any of you figure out what's next, or adding another stream of income for you in 2021.
Can I say something? I was actually, so Karisma mentioned something about you working with medical professionals. Actually, I'm a physician, and I was like, she's right. Because, so I don't think a lot of people realize that medicine is very selfish. So as a physician or a nurse, or you really, because it's such a rigorous set schedule, oftentimes everything else that you love, all your other passions kind of shrivel up like a raisin in the sun. And trying to figure out how to keep them alive or revive them is a very, very, monumental challenge. And so forget about branding. Also, I think just now, our generations, like millennials, in the physician world, is just starting to embrace the fact that it's okay for me to be other things and to love other things in addition to medicine. So I'm actually, like, one of my biggest goals in 2021 is career freedom. Because when you just kind of work in a clinic, you just kind of, clock in and clock out, and, you're kind of, tethered to whether it's your pager or your patients, things like that. But you don't really have time to do other things or explore other things. And, you don't learn, in whether it's nursing school or medical school, how to brand yourself, you don't know any of that. So all of this is very, very new, because you kind of get into the highway of training, and then you get off the highway and you're like kind of lost as to how to even have other streams of income, really, because they don't teach you entrepreneurship or anything like that. So I actually really want to do public health and media health, because my passion is really to educate my people, because without knowledge, the people perish. So really just trying to teach people and learn, and really just like more like immigrant health and minority health, because a lot of people just kind of lack that education. But like trying to figure out how to, be that and really get into the stream of like health education and being, maybe the resident radio personality, or the resident, not personality, but like expert, or the resident, like whatever, has been an interesting challenge. Cause I built the brand, or I started like the name and everything, but like I still have to do a website. I only have like a YouTube channel and IG page. So all of that is like super new to me. So I was just like, oh yeah, I feel the pain in all of that that's happening. So yeah, still lost, but here we are.
Kina, I love what you said in terms of finding your uniqueness, because what Lydia said, and I think others have said, is that we can find similarities in what we do with other people, but how to make it our own and feel that it's worthy to put out to the world, and only touching on that 1%. I think that is key, because sometimes we think so broad that we have to make such a big impact that it really kind of stifles us into inaction. So I think that was really key. And I think I appreciate that, because I struggle with that myself, trying to figure out how I stand apart when other people do some of the same things. So why should I jump into that lane or that industry? Many do that. And so tapping into that uniqueness and trying to figure that out, I think is really key before you really jump out there. So thank you for that.
Yeah, because imagine the world would, and all the opportunities. Like there's this YouTube video, and it's about this gumball machine, and it has a bunch of gumballs, and all you want is one of the gumballs, and if you took one of the gumballs and you just licked it, that was just enough. That's how many people are in this world for you to be able to be successful. You just need to take out of that big bowl of gumballs, take one and just lick it. Boom. And you win. And if you realize that it's that simple, you won't be sitting there trying to keep yourself from having success. But we are used to creating all of these things in our mind as to reasons as to why we're not having success. Why we're not accomplishing it, because it's easier for us to say, well, oh, I didn't have success in creating my online business because there was too many people out there in that space already. So therefore I didn't get any customers. Versus understanding that, wow, there is so many people out there that are still looking to be helped and to be served, and they just haven't found me yet. They're waiting for me to go and out there and shine, because they're patiently waiting to be aligned with me. So there is everything in abundance. Like you never realize, like as many of you today, it's probably the most well-known community that is on here is Travel Noir. Do you know how many people that don't even know Travel Noir exists? Like people like, who, what? So if you understood that there's over 500,000 people that are involved within the Travel Noir community, but that's still such a small community. So just change your perspective on how you're looking at it. So.
Yeah, I mean, like, can you guys see the opportunity that you have now in manifesting what you want to accomplish and experience in 2021 when you start to really kind of unpack? Like, you don't have to touch the whole world, right? Like you attract, and it's even here, in some of these cutouts, I am a money magnet, right? So attract, if you want to attract or manifest another stream of income, just put it out there, right? I'm a money magnet. I attract multiple streams of income. Whatever that looks like. Or, for me I was a yoga teacher. Again, there are hundreds of thousands of yoga teachers, millions more than likely, right? But are there a bunch of Black yoga teachers? There are only 3 Black yoga teachers in the town that I live in here in South Carolina. I'm one of them. So it's literally like, what makes me me, makes me valuable. What makes you different makes you valuable. And so when you're thinking about what you want to put on that vision board, it's not about also just about getting specific about what you want, but what is it that you're bringing to the table that helps you attract those things? So, you know, the world needs your story, right? The world needs you, for sure.
I'm also going to.
Okay, we're going to turn the wheel. Oh, go ahead.
No, we're going to turn, but as I'm creating, so I want you guys, so I created that little booklet. And so there's a bunch of little fun stuff that I made. Like Tina said, it says, I am passionate. I was having fun with Canva, just, and I got taken away. That's my creative side. But also, if anyone was on my stories this morning, you saw that I was at Michael's picking up little pieces because there's some of the things that I wanted it to pop out. So I know many of you, you're not creating your boards yet because we're doing the pre-work. And I had done this pre-work before, and I like go out and have fun with these things. These are little stickers, and go and get inspired. I'm looking for a relationship, so I went and got some rings, and I'm putting the rings up on there. Go and
you get me the thing.
Just go and be creative. Go and get scissors that actually cut out in shapes. Go really have fun with this, because the more love and energy you pour into this, when we come back here next year, and I hope you guys are all there, are better yet, you can join me, because I'm going to send you guys all a invite, because it launches this month. I'm doing a manifestation meetup. It's just going to be a networking thing once a month. We're going to keep talking about these manifestation goals every single month. And we're going to keep talking about it. We're going to have accountability. It's going to be a little mixer. We're going to come with our wine. We're just going to talk and just have this intimate session. Like someone was asking, you know, is there a Facebook group? If you know me, I'm not a fan of Facebook. I have a community which is off of Facebook, away from the noise, because Facebook regulates and keeps us from having conversations. So I created a community, and we have them in Travel Noir. We're creating communities where we can have these private conversations without them keeping us from being able to speak and have the conversations that we want, because not everyone wants us to thrive. Not everyone wants us to elevate. Not everyone wants us to win. So we're going to do it just a little bit different. So Kina, back to you. And if you want to let us know what the next part is.
Okay. All right. Just a little caveat, guys, as you're making your vision board, make sure that when you finish it, you sign it. Okay. Like you got to seal the deal with your signature. All right. So I'll just throw that out there in case I forget to say it later. Okay. Spinning the wheel, we're going to occupational. And occupational, again, can be personal satisfaction and enrichment derived around your work. Anybody that wants to share with that?
I love this one, if I can jump in. Mine is languages. I think occupational goes with like, you know, maybe getting a degree or learning something, but I found that with traveling, especially because I go to Southeast Asia, I've been self-studying Mandarin, Korean, and now Balinese. I hope to build my dream home in Bali soon. So my grandmother used to tell me, she was Creole, so she spoke Creole in the house. Growing up, I was embarrassed by it because here in the US, unfortunately, we aren't encouraged to embrace our roots. So, you know, I never really took on to it. But she was always telling me you can understand people better when you know the culture, know the language. And I have found just by taking the time to understand the language, especially being in China, the negativity that was put into my head, you know, the outside noise. Oh, they're racist, they don't like you, this, and this. And what I found was completely opposite. It was more, yes, the touching me, the taking pictures, all of that, but it was just having an honest conversation in my broken Mandarin with a woman who was 80 years old and her daughter, and realizing that her mother had never seen a Black person before. And she was just so, she was so happy that at her age, she got to have that interaction with me. She was so impressed and honored that I took the time to learn what little of my Mandarin at the time I knew to be able to converse with her. And it was something that has never left me. And it's really changed my perspective when I travel and when I'm around people in other cultures. It's not just knowing, you know, oh, they eat this, they do this, but there's something about languages that can just really break down walls. And sometimes the shock I get from people when they hear me speak it, it's not always, you know, I'll be honest. Sometimes from other people, and I think we know who the others, it's more, oh my goodness, how did you learn that? It's if our people can't, you know, learn or speak other languages. But it's funny, when I was in China or South Korea, it was more, that is so impressive. That's so wonderful. Thank you. Because they want to communicate with us. They want to talk to us as much. You know, we're a curiosity to them. Anybody that's been to South Korea, you know, you can walk 6 blocks and not see another Black person. So they do want to have those honest conversations and really understand us from our perspective and not what they're taught and what they see. So yeah, I'm pushing that even more. I'm trying to get fluent. There's a guy, Lau, he has a big following on YouTube. He does this floor method, and he is phenomenal in the languages that he knows. And that is something that's really opened up the doors for me. And yeah, Karisma is always talking about languages, and I'm telling you, just in my work, it's opened up doors. I've gotten promotions and been put into positions because my little broken Mandarin has gone so much further when I do the audits over there, or when I go to South Korea and I understand, you know, the cultures and what they consider to be Thanksgiving, and just being able to talk. So yeah, I'm hitting that head on. And I stopped saying, oh, I'm too old to learn this. I'm too old to learn this. It's like, no, you're not. You know, I'm just gonna do it and see what happens. And so I don't know, I'm just encouraging everyone. It doesn't matter what it is, you know, whether it's something in IT or just learning Zoom, it does not really, you know, matter how old you are. If you just take the time and you're passionate about it, you can do it. So that's my occupational.
Yes, and if anyone knows a language on here and you want to create a language circle, any of the communities I'm a part of, again, email me, because part of the thing is just bringing people together in community and having these conversations in many different languages. Because when you learn different languages, it actually prolongs your lifespan, because you actually, it provides exercise for your brain, and people don't understand. We have to, just the same way we're exercising and feeding nutrients into our bodies, we got to keep doing the same thing to our brain, so that, because our brain's a muscle, so we got to keep doing those things. And learning a new language, learning multiple language does that. And it also opens up other portals. Just like when you go and travel for the first time, you end up having this life-changing experience, because you just opened up a new little, imagine like your brain is like a little sponge and it has little crevices, and all of a sudden you went in there with the broom and you are with the bottle brush and you cleaned it out, and all of a sudden it's clean and clear. But that's what also happens when you speak another language. You're opening up these other areas to your brain, which enlightens you, and it allows you to take that darkness and put it to the back. So if you have, you know, any language circle or any language that you speak, and you want to create a language circle or want to do some fun creative stuff, send me a message and we can make that happen too.
Well, I wanted to say, I know we're talking about different languages. And, well, first of all, thank you for having this forum. But I work for the airline industry, and listening to everyone, I was thinking about how offended I would be, or I get, when people say, oh, you speak so well. I mean, of all races. And it's like, well, wait a minute. What do you mean by well? Or my mom wouldn't have it any other way. You articulate, I mean, people, especially with like the whole Black Lives Matter and everything. And I'm like, well, what do you expect me, or how do you expect me to speak, you know? So I have been wanting to pursue voiceovers. So this experience today, I mean, it's been confirmed over and over. I mean, of all ages, people are always like, oh, your voice is soothing and you're in the wrong industry. And I'm like, no, I love working for the airlines. You know, I travel for free. But I really am encouraged today to actually pursue that because I've never thought about like multiple streams of income. I mean, I'm a physical therapist as well. My patients would also tell me, oh, your voice is just so soothing. And I'm like, now that I'm listening to everyone, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to do this. I'm going to do voiceovers. I mean, too many people have confirmed it. So thank you, ladies.
To all the ladies, we are a Renaissance woman. Like there was a period where it was promoted for you to do multiple things. Because why? Because it was beneficial to other people, to those that had they needed people to they didn't have as many people, so therefore they were promoting you to do multiple things, to carry out multiple services, because it was for the beneficial good of them. So selfish people was encouraging people like us to do multiple things because it benefited them. But once the population rose and they realized that they needed to get people, there were so many people, we just needed them to do one thing versus doing multiple things, then they changed the whole mindset, and telling people to be great at one thing. No, go back to pay attention to the Renaissance age, because it was there for a reason, and they flourished, they grew. So doing multiple things is very important, but it doesn't mean that you can't master what you're doing either. So you can't, like, I wouldn't encourage anyone to start 3 new businesses at one time, because now you're spreading yourself thin. But do something, good at it, let it start driving itself. Okay, cool. That's running, it's making me some money. Let me go and add another stream sitting over here. But you have to get them running first.
I'd like to hop in here to piggyback on that one. I dropped a few links in here for voiceover work. So I'm one of these, I tell people I'm weird, but I fit right into this whole little bubble that we're in right now. Every summer, when I lived in Louisville, Kentucky, Louisville was cold to me. I'm from Georgia. So in the summertime, I would do an outdoor hobby to get me out of the house. So I would maybe go test out sailing for a summer to see if I liked it, cycling for a summer to see if I liked it, and a bunch of different hobbies. If I like it, it stick, keep it moving. If I don't like it, then I just drop it off because it's something that I did for the summer. And one of my wintertime hobbies a few years ago was voiceover work, Joy. So I put some links out there for you because Gravy for the Brain was the first. I found them on Groupon, and they had like free training classes and a certification that you went through, and then they routed you out to Voices123 and Voices.com, and even Fiverr now and all of these other sites you can do voiceover work for people. So I don't hear myself, everybody else does, and ask me to read stuff and pay me for it from time to time, but I haven't done that in a while. So but there's a lot of money to be made in the whole voiceover world for commercials. I was even an IVR, the voice of an IVR for Humana for a few years, and I didn't know that was a thing. I just thought it was a robot voice until they were like, can you read this script and re-record you? So every winter I pick up a hobby that, since I'm indoors, may as well do something. And that was one, and I hope that you can benefit from those links. And I think I need to pick it up too. Like,
thank you
pick it up.
Yeah, thank you. Drop
You're
your
welcome.
email as well for me in the chat, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
I'd like to add.
If you have such a wealth of knowledge, please connect with me. I said, please connect with me. You are just a wealth of knowledge, please.
No problem.
Yes, Kanisha. I mean, I'm in radio and not on air. I'm in the legal department in radio. And people have said that over the years to myself, like I should be a voice. And I'm like, I've never even done that. And I think I want to tap into the voiceover world. Who can't use an additional stream?
Yeah, you have a great voice. You should do it.
Thank you. I appreciate all that you guys are sharing.
Karisma, what was that one? I add something really quick to the chat.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for creating this forum. It's been like the best use of, 3 hours that I've done in a long time. My name is Crystal. I'm calling from Portugal, Lisbon. I'm a US diplomat, so I've been posted here 2.5 years. And this is just a lot of inspiration. I'm so inspired by 9 streams of income, and I already have my list here of things I need to add to that. Including language skills, which, the State Department has taught me how to speak, professionally fluent in Spanish and now in Portuguese. And I'm like, why am I not using this to create other streams of income for myself when now I'm fluent in these 2 languages? So I'm definitely going to explore that. But for my room for improvement, I wanted to share something that I want to work on. And it's actually inspiring because it's based off of a testimony that happened to someone who reached out to me. So someone 2.5 years ago just randomly contacted me on LinkedIn, said, I saw that you were a diplomat and I'd love to, know how to prepare myself to enter into this field. And she was such a strong young woman, we kind of had similar immigrant roots, and just having to take care of your family and make sacrifices and hold down multiple jobs, and just really like her work ethic and resilience was pretty inspiring. And we worked together, and I said, if you're willing to do the work, I'm super busy, but I want to help you. And she was there. She was researching. We looked for jobs. She quit her previous job. We got her a job making twice as much money with skills that would help her be more competitive for the Foreign Service. She applied for the Foreign Service through this fellowship that I'll share the links in the chat. I joined the Foreign Service through a fellowship straight out of undergrad, where the State Department paid for my master's degree and guaranteed me a job for 5 years working as a diplomat overseas in exchange for, essentially it's just a fellowship, 5 years of service, and they would pay for my master's degree, and it was a competitive scholarship or fellowship where 20 people were selected every year. So this was like a fantastic opportunity, and I wanted more people of color to have this opportunity. We worked together, like I said, we helped her get another job, increase, strengthen her resume, tell her how to defend herself and advocate for herself. She applied for this fellowship, she didn't get it. But we stayed in touch. And unfortunately, in February of last year, she lost that job and was unemployed right when the pandemic was starting. And me and a friend of mine continued to send her jobs and look for ways to kind of get her back on track. And I heard from her. We kept in touch and, just checking in and stuff. And 2 weeks ago, she contacted me and she said, Crystal, I applied for the fellowship again. And she hadn't told me that she did. But she got everything together, her application, and she said, you had already told me the tools that I needed to be successful. And I wanted to do it on my own this time. So she reapplied herself and she was selected. And now she is going to be going to grad school for free and has a guaranteed job for 5 years working as a diplomat. And this is one of the most impressive, talented women I've ever met. And I think her story was so touching, and the fact that she was so resilient, and this relationship, now I look at her as a little sister, and it started over LinkedIn with a complete stranger 2.5 years ago. And to see her come full circle and now be, coming into this job with me as a colleague and a friend after really going through a lot, reminded me that I need to continue to look for ways to connect with people who are aspiring, who have the resilience and the work ethic and have the drive, but may not have the tools and the connections to put it all together. And also just be fearless and reach out to people outside of my sector, because I'm great at finding mentors within my own industry. But the way that she just connected with me off LinkedIn and said, you're somebody that I would love to, connect with and learn from, and you have the job that I want. How do I, can we connect? I've never done that before on LinkedIn, and that's something that I want to do kind of in 2021 in an industry, whether it's language or entrepreneurship or real estate. any of these streams of income that I'm looking to explore, just connect with someone and show kind of real passion, real resilience, and look to build those connections. So thanks again to everybody for sharing so many emotional and personal and inspiring stories of resilience and triumph. I think resilience is going to be my word for 2021, and I'm stronger and uplifted by this conversation. So thank you all.
Oh, thank you for that. This is powerful. Like I don't know what I expected today to be, but I am beyond pleasantly surprised, and I just have like all the warm and fuzzies on the inside. You know, it's like, oh, you were gonna get together and do vision board stuff, but no, this has just been so much more than that. At least for me, I don't know if it has been the same for you guys. So, all right, we're gonna keep this wheel moving because we've been on here quite a bit, quite a while. So physical is the next area for improvement, your physical wellness. So anybody wants to share what that looks like for them in 2021?
Yes. This is Kamian again. And physically, I want to be mobile in terms of not set to be in one place. I know as someone was speaking earlier, making sure that when I negotiate what I want and what I need, to know that it's not just a computer where I have to be in a certain place. So I definitely want to travel. I want to do film, create film for definitely women, but stories that are untold for any group. And I just want to be able to, if I need to be in Texas one day, be in Texas. If I need to be in Ghana one day, I want to be in Ghana. So that's something that stands out to me. I'm working on how I can do that. Yeah, that's where I'm at with it.
I second that.
Anybody else?
Hi, this is Brenda. I can go. So recently I lost 20 pounds the past couple of months. Changing my diet. I had a health coach that really helped me get to that path because it was very difficult for me. And I'm a registered nurse, so it's not like I don't understand the importance of being active and eating healthy. But every time I would try, and I would work out and I'll try to eat healthy, and then I'll get on the scale and it wouldn't budge, and I couldn't figure it out. And she really pointed out, because she worked with me not only physically but emotionally, and then I realized I was an emotional eater. In my mind, I thought emotional eating was just simply like, you're crying, eating chocolate or ice cream, instead of not realizing emotional eating can be when you're bored, or emotional eating can be when you're just happy. And so with that realization, it put a lot of things in perspective for me, and I was able to lose the weight. So I want to lose an additional 50 pounds this year. And I know I can do it, versus, beforehand I was like, well, I hope I could do it, or I think I could do it. Now it's like, no, I know I can do this. And so that's what I want to work on as far as physically for me.
That's an awesome goal. And I would just challenge you or encourage you to to tweak your words just a little bit, to go from I know I can to I will. Because once you speak it with affirmation, like I'm going to do this, it's not like, well, I can do it. Because as soon as somebody says you can't, then you're like, well, can I? But it's like, no, I am going to lose 50 pounds this year, at least 50 pounds this year. You want to be very deliberate about the words that you utilize, so that you do accomplish that goal without question. And I think that's an amazing goal, but congratulations on your journey thus far. It's not easy. It's definitely not easy. So kudos to you.
Thank you. And definitely I will lose the weight. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate that change in words just real quick, because I started a weight loss journey, but I kept saying, oh, I just want to feel better. I want to feel better. That's all I care about is feeling better. So I just wrote that note down to be more intentional about what I want for my goal. It is about feeling better in my body, but it's more than that. So thank you for that.
Yeah, no problem. Anyone else want to share? Going once, going twice.
So
okay.
I will be riding my bike more miles. I just invested in a bike, So my son are going to do it together. But we were going to go out today at about 2 o'clock, but we're going to change that and do it tomorrow. But yeah, just I am going to be more physically active and making it more fun, because I always found myself that I felt like going to the gym was a chore. And one of the things that I've been loving about 2020 was that I didn't have access to the gym. And so I found myself doing more creative things just outside within, the world.
And I offer a word of encouragement to everyone that, especially on the physical aspect, when you're working towards accomplishing a physical goal, that you have to fall in love with the process. And that's pretty much everything in life. But you definitely you have to learn to love the journey, the scenery on the journey, as I call it, before you'll ever appreciate the destination. Because once you hit this goal, right, once you reach the destination, you'll learn or you'll realize that there's another destination after that. So if you fall in love with if you only focus on just getting to reach the destination, you miss all of the gems and the jewels and the learning and the growth and the transformation that happens on the way there. So just keep that in mind. It's kind of like, I use a lot of yoga analogies, y'all, sorry, because that's just life for me. But, we have what we call a peak pose, right? And so it could be any pose. And what you'll learn is that you can always go deeper or further with a pose. So you think of like the simple warrior 2 pose, right? You're like, oh yeah, I got it. I nailed it. Cool. And then they're going to tell you sink deeper. You're like, wait, what? Or, okay, now reverse out of that. Oh, wait, what? And so there's always something more on the other side of when you hit that goal. So just, start to learn to love the process of the journey, learn love the scenery on the journey to the destination. This would be
I love that.
Particularly on the physical side.
Yeah.
I'd like to say something.
Oh, sorry.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, I'd like to say something. In 2020, I really found a lot more things in the grocery stores that were vegetables, things that used to be like, say, for example, we're getting more of the rice cauliflower, or I've been doing more of the zucchini noodles when I've done spaghetti. So I've just found a lot of replacements to have a more vegetables instead of things that would be heavier in carbohydrates. And so I really want to do that more often, and just really found that I felt better all the way around. So I want to do more meal replacements with things that might be meat substitutes or vegetable substitutes instead of things that are heavy in carbs. And I found that to make me feel better in my workout and just my overall health for my family.
Mm-hmm. We were manifesting and demanding those stores to show up and give us better foods. And then also growing, even though I tried it in 2020 and I created 2 cucumbers and some tomatoes. We didn't get very far, but just taking the time to go learn how to do it. And if you're going to be traveling, maybe joining a community garden so that when you're away traveling, that others are feeding your garden when you're away, but you guys can also share.
I also started a garden, and I was really exciting. I did tomatoes, carrots, squash, and peppers. And just to have that in my backyard was just so much better than buying it even at the store organically. So I definitely want to continue that and probably expand on my gardening.
Twyla? Can you all hear me? I don't know if I can. Oh, okay, I apologize. I've just been sitting here and taking notes and chatting back and forth and listening and looking at our vision boards and making my notes and drawing and smiling and crying and all this at the same time. I just wanted to say that let me think, I think it was Kanisha that said that she used to think she was like kind of weird, but she feels like this is the right space that she fits right in. I generally don't say too much in groups. I kind of like sit back and then I open up. But yeah, I feel really positive, and that's the best part, because for so long it was just this odd thing about me that, you know, even my family didn't understand. They still don't, why I always switched up professions from one to the next to the next. So I know how to do a lot of different things, and I have a lot of hobbies and a lot of passions. They don't match, but they make sense to me. And as I sit and I listen and I say, well, I used to work in that field. Well, yeah, I should do that. Well, yeah, I do that too. So now to actually try to pull it all together where I can tie it in and not just monetize it, but to actually make connections with so many other wonderful people. I'm just so thankful. This has just been like the best way to open up the new year.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us, because it takes a collective of us to come together, because it's not just my energy, it's not just Kina energy that asked for this. It was all of us that collectively asked for it. And when you, like, we all manifested this, we all wanted something, and so voila, it just showed up. So keep manifesting and keep asking and keep expecting, like, have your expectations high, and it's just going to keep showing up.
Hi, it's Shamika.
Hi, Shamika.
One of the things I realized this past year is that when I was doing when I picked back up yoga, is that I didn't feel as strong as I had before when I did it. And one of the things I want to focus on is strengthening doing a little bit more strength training, riding my bike, and a rest practice, because that's the thing that I think I realized the most about 2020 is that I was not getting nearly as much rest as I thought I was. And not just in resting and like sleep, but in resting my mind, and taking time to daydream, and taking time to just think even. And those are some of the things that I want to focus on for physical.
Love it. Thank you for sharing. Anybody else want to share before we move to the next one? All right, we're going to turn the wheel to social area of improvements. Social being developing a sense of connection, belonging, and a well-developed support system. So for me, I'll say my soul squad is like amazing. And if you don't have a soul squad, definitely you should have what I call there's a soul weeks ago, and we went to his service earlier this week, and I dropped in on my mom, whom I hadn't seen in 9 months, COVID, and got to see my best friend for like 30 minutes, just from my connection. So I'm going. I'm summing up.
Yeah, looks like we kind of lost you there, Kina. Looks like she's going to come off and come back on. But yeah, what she was talking about, your soul squad. And yes, we need to be a part of a community. And I love what your soul squad is like. Those, put them like on speed dial. If your speed dial allows you 5 people, put those 5 people on there, so that those are people, like, when you're having a moment, who can you call? And this needs to be a high vibrational frequency person that you know that they're going to push you to keep staying in alignment with where you said you wanted to go. And you make those your like your soul squad. When you're maybe having a bout of depression, who can you call to pull me up out of it, help me see the lights, so that it's those people. Because if you do this, you'll not be afraid of too many things that are coming your way. And sometimes overcoming a little hurdle or an obstacle, you realize, all right, this is going to be easy. It's just a phone call away. Let me call Joy real quick. Because I know whenever I call Joy, all of a sudden my light bulbs come on and I just see things differently because now I'm bouncing off of her frequency. Or when I'm like, oh, okay, Celeste, pick up the phone because I need to talk to you because I need to just need you to pour some goodness into me because I'm feeling a little bit low today. But I know whenever I talk to you, you're always looking at the bright side. So find those, you can call them a Fab Fives, your soul sisters, but find those few people. And it doesn't mean that they always have to remain the same, but you should have them on speed dial. You guys should recognize that you guys are that for each other. Because then now you have this different kind of frequency going on. Looks like Kina needs to be let back in. Let me see. Side message here. Said she'll be right back. Her internet had to reboot. So where were we? Let's look at this board. We did occupational, we did physical, we were on social. So my goal this year is to be more social without having to be on social media as often. So I don't like the noise, but I love using the vehicle to be able to spread the love and joy that I love to do. I'm actually, what do you call those people that go in and out of being extrovert? I'm extrovert one day and then I'm introvert the other day. Like I love pouring into people, but I love quietness, omnivert, yeah, ambivert, whatever you call that, that is me. And I realize that, and I realize that I take on other people's energy because I'm a giver. And being on social media, we get distracted and thinking that life is amazing all the time, 24/7. And you see these individuals living this perfect world and having these perfect bodies and perfect everything. But they need to start showing the other side. So come off of social media, withdraw yourself just a little bit, but still being more social and plugging into communities like this that are not literally on social media, that will get on a call for a couple hours. And sometimes some of you know that I may not have on makeup someday and I'm totally fine with it. But we're having authenticity that is happening, and understanding that, you can be social without having to be fake and be this person that you're not, and celebrating just being the natural, beautiful person that you are. And then I encourage everyone, go and post some social media photos of you in the raw, no makeup. This is who I am. Let that be the new standard of beauty, and doing that in a social way. So let me see, did she get back in? Kina, are you there?
Networking
I'm here.
was a part of social that was difficult for me, partially because in school, in different settings, I would see people network with the intention of trying to get something from somebody as opposed to like an authentic connection, regardless of how long it's for. And for me, that I kind of learned that through, unfortunately, some of the sororities and fraternities that I was just observing, because I had no idea about them actually, until going to school here. And my mindset has changed because even though I saw some things that I didn't feel like were authentic, it made me feel like networking with anybody, whether it was a professor, whether it was somebody in my community, whether it was somebody on LinkedIn, I felt like, wow, this person's going to think I want something from them. But then I've learned, and I'm still learning, that I do. And that's not selfish, is it? Like I do want something. This person may have something to offer, and wanting something can be mutual. It doesn't have to be super selfish. And I don't know, maybe I'm not explaining this well, but I always saw networking as selfish or just like a negative thing because it wasn't authentic. And then I'm in situations where, does this person even want to talk to me? Does this person even see value in anything that I have to say? But then shifting that and not making it sound so negative allowed me to realize that I was already networking because I was just talking and involved in something that I was passionate about, as opposed to being in spaces where I tried to force myself and I didn't, like, it was a bad energy or a bad vibe and I just wasn't listening to myself. So I know I kind of blabbered, but mindset, I think, changes how you network, and that networking isn't bad, and it's not bad to want something.
No, it's not bad at all. Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to add something to that if I can. I, I think, definitely people want stuff from each other, but you always have to remember in every situation where you're getting something from them, you're giving something to them as well. Your knowledge, your work, your help, whatever it is, you're giving to them. So they're not just taking, they wouldn't, it's a two-way street. And I always use the example, like when I used to counsel young people and stuff on just getting jobs and stuff like that. When I used to go to a job interview, I would be asking them, like, why should I pick you, as opposed to why should they pick me? So I think you have to just turn it around in terms of what you're bringing to the table and not worrying about what you're taking from the table sometimes.
Yeah. And some of the words that I love to use when I'm having a conversation is, I would love to learn more about you, share a little bit about me, and we can see how we can possibly provide value to one another. Because getting something from someone isn't bad, but if you coming from a place too that you're willing to provide value. So because your time is valuable, your resources, your knowledge, just like Teresa said, like that is all, like those are your assets, like you're giving during that process too. And there's a gentleman called Seth. He's in the entertainment industry and he actually does a lot of these networking events here in LA. And part of his setup is, before you even ask what you can get from someone else, the whole entire night is about you asking others, how can I be of value to you? But you just came to a networking event. But so he's changing people's perceptions that the more that you can provide value to someone, the more they're going to be willing to pour into you. But at the same time, I wake up every day and I ask to be aligned with people that I can network with and that are in alignment with me. And then I ask to take away any takers, any bloodsuckers, any parasites. I ask them to come be taken out of my life, because I used to question, be like, oh, why did someone go so quickly?
I love that.
But now that I'm okay with it, and I'm asking them to please be removed, and as quickly as possible, relationships, like love interests, all of that. You will never worry about the fact that someone left. You're just going to know, like, oh, yep, they weren't in alignment. And because I'm asking for them not to be there, they're not going to be there.
Right.
Can I say something about alignment? Because I'm 53, and for most of my life, I've been totally introverted. So it's hard for me to kind of really be vulnerable. When I was studying for my project management certification, I was on Facebook and I said, you know what, let me just reach out to some people. And so I reached out to some of the women who were in a group, and some of us just clicked. And it was like there was some sort of alignment. It was like the heavens orchestrated this. There are 8 women that myself and another woman reached out to, and we brought these 8 women in. 6 of those 8 women have earned their project management certification in a month. So, and we were all trying on our own to do our studying, and it wasn't happening. But when we got together, it's like we each lifted each other up and we poured into each other. And I think that there's a lot to say about community and just finding, like-minded people who you can pour into and who can pour into you. So.
Yeah, I agree with that. I was going to say to Rebecca that some people, and this is no shade to anyone, and I'm sure no one on this group today, but some people are givers, some people are takers. Rebecca, the fact that you feel the way you do clearly means that you're a giver. So like what Tanya just said and what Karisma just said, you know, and Teresa, there are energies that need to align. And when they don't align, they don't need to be in your space. And it's okay to be able to identify those that are givers and those that are takers. Your heart, I can tell, you're a giver. So align with those people. And that's what we all should do. And that's what I'm looking to do as well. And we have to be able to differentiate. All people are not going to be of the giving spirit. And that might not work for any of us. So we use that and we adjust accordingly.
One of the things I wanted to hop in and say as well is that once I realized that everything is networking, and it helped me understand that I'm not walking into a networking event just to network. Like once I realized that my friends that I went to undergrad with are part of my network, because now they are dentists or doctors or whatever the case may be. And if they live in an area and somebody is saying, hey, I'm trying to find a Black dentist in this particular area, then I can say, oh, go to my friend Amaro. She's one of the few Black dentists in Kentucky. You should reach out to her. Or even knowing that there are times that, you know, you meet people when you are out hiking or when you're playing chess or whatever the case may be. They're all part of your network just because you have natural conversations with them. That helped me look at networking as not being such a bad thing. What helped me realize where my worth comes in the networking scene instead of just being the connector. I put this book in here for you to read. It's called Never Eat Alone. It's by Keith Ferrazzi. I think I'm saying his last name correctly, but it teaches you to always have a networking type of lunch. So, and also to invite people out to coffee, because if you say, let me invite you to lunch, they hear an hour of their time. But if you say, hey, can we do coffee? That's, you automatically think it's 20 minutes. Even if it's an hour, you automatically think 20 minutes. So this book helped me understand like the power of words over meals. And even if I feel like I may not have much to offer, they see a value in me that they could say, hey, maybe you can help me with this. And then they tell me where I come into play with networking. But I know what you mean, because I'm in a sorority, and I think DM also commented that she's in a sorority. Sometimes when people just want to get into the sorority, that connection can be disingenuous because they just need the inroad. And it's like, oh man, I got to meet everybody in this chapter just so that I get their vote or whatever. At that moment, yeah, it's just quantity over quality. But once you start realizing your worth a little bit more, and once I realized my worth a little bit more, my quality connections valued more than the number of people that I knew. So I hope that helps.
That was dope.
Yeah, that was very helpful. Anybody else want to share, or we'll roll into our last area?
I'd like to say something. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yep, we can hear you.
You were talking about alignment and energy. And sometimes in our life, we will come across people who have a tendency for us to reflect ourselves inside. So it's okay to have some of those people in your life that may not be in your same balancing act. The Buddha says that if there were not rocks in front of us, we wouldn't know how to walk around them. So when we come upon people that has energy that may not be aligned with us, it may be a teaching moment for us. So it's good to have those people that we may disagree with. But you don't want to take on other people's karma. If people want to do you harm, no, that's not okay. Networking is good when there's reciprocity, when there's one that satisfies the other. So when we try to balance ourselves from the left or the right, and you try to center yourself, then it's okay to do your networking. You don't want to network too much to the left or to the right, but you want to network with the reciprocity of being balanced and in the center. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you for sharing that. Yes, the importance of balance in all things, right? Not in networking and, but just it's the balance between yin and yang, or yin and yang, and the masculine and feminine, and just energies and all of that stuff. But I 100% agree with that. So thank you so much, Celeste, for sharing that information, because it is really, it's a give and take, but it's an ebb and flow that has to be equal, right? Or equanimity is another way to say that. Yep.
Yeah, I ran off because a couple of people mentioned Esther Hicks, and she talks about, this is her book. It's this is The Law of Attraction. This is the actual collection series, and it is a book that you can read from to end, but you're going to be reading a couple of different times. But she talks about a lot. Esther talks about staying in the vortex, and when you're in the vortex,
yeah, she's great.
It feels good, and that's where you'll hear me talk all the time. I don't do things that don't make me feel good. So if I'm networking, I'm a giver. It feels good for me to give. But if I've exhausted my giving to the point that it doesn't make me feel good, I don't care if it's because I'm looking for financial gain, because I need to put more money in my bank account. It doesn't matter the reason. If it doesn't feel good to me, I'm not going to continue to do it. So if anyone's doing anything, just pay attention, because we have these alarm clocks that are natural in our bodies, and we have to listen to them. If you have a headache, there's something wrong internally. That's an alarm clock for your body saying something internally isn't right. And you don't just make it feel better by giving an aspirin. That's just temporarily causing it to make you feel better, but it's going to come back. The problem's still there. So if you're giving and you're networking and it feels good, keep doing it. And if it feels good to ask them to network with you back so that you can put more money in your bank account, do it. And don't be apologetic about it. Like, walk in there and be like, look, I need my bank account to show 10 G's a week. And that makes me feel good. Because ultimately, I know that I want to make $100,000 a month, because I want to be able to go back and pour into other people. My cousin recently dropped her music video, and I love it that she had been trying for years to make it in the music industry, and COVID allowed her to. She was like, you know what? Screw this. I'm going to drop my own music video. And she created it. But one of the things that I love about her song was she goes, when I make a milli, I'm going to go back to my neighborhood and give it right back. So you got to understand too, like, also, if you have a mindset that you are wanting to give in abundance, there's nothing wrong with you making a whole lot of money, because ultimately you're serving the greater purpose. So guess what? That energy is everyone that's asking for it. They're asking for it. Therefore, it's going to push you to having more greater excellence, because you're ultimately helping them manifest too. So those are just my perceptions. But yeah, the law of attraction. And if anyone have other book recommendations, I know Kanisha, you mentioned one. If you can drop it inside of the chat box, that way people, if you're watching the re-recording of this, we can actually see them inside the chat box, and everyone can just add to their collective. Because another thing you should do and always do is constantly read. Again, that's another form of exercise for your brain. If you're got a baby on the way, read to your belly, sing to your belly. Because my son came out being a reader, and he read very early on, and I always catch him reading, and then I'll open the door, close the door, I'm reading. And I'm like, okay, fine. So we got to keep doing this because that is pouring information into our body, mind, bodies, and souls. Yeah. So, where
we are now rolling or turning the wheel to the last area, which is spiritual. And I saw a couple of people drop in the chat about Louise Hay, and she is 100% great for anyone starting on the manifestation journey. And particularly, you start with her book, You Can Heal Your Life, was life-changing for me, particularly because yeah, I'll keep it short just for time, but yeah, definitely it is a game changer book on learning how the mind, how disease shows up in the body and dis-ease shows up in the body, and how it's attached to some mental block or aspect, and how there is an affirmation that's assigned to these different ailments in the body. And so it's something that someone had said earlier, and I definitely wanted to tap in on, is that you like trust your gut. Like, that's not cliche, right? This is like your seat of intuition, that you have intuition in a couple different areas in the body, but your gut does not lie to you. And if you are in front of someone or with someone in a social setting, and there's angst in your body, whether you feel it in your chest, if you feel it in your stomach, like wherever you feel it, like pay attention to that, tap in, and mindfulness and these meditation exercises help you to be more in tune and more aware of what's happening within your body, so that you can gauge and read what's yours and what's not, and what feels good to you and what feels right and what doesn't, what you should back off or back away from. So it's just, something to keep in mind. Somebody asked, did we do intellectual? I don't remember. I don't know. Did we do intellectual?
I don't think so.
No.
Okay. All right. My bad. All right. Let's do intellectual first and then we'll wrap it up with spiritual. So, okay. Intellectual area, expanding our sense of purpose. And no, that was spiritual. Sorry. Intellectual, recognizing creative abilities and finding ways to expand knowledge and skills. So if anyone wants to share with that.
I would like to share. There's a big craze. I live in Georgia, and medicinal marijuana is about to take over, and soon probably recreational. They're learning from other states. But if anyone's interested, University of Maryland has a master's degree program in therapeutic cannabis, which will enable you to become a consultant. So that's my desire and my goal. I'm going to apply to the program so that I could increase my multiple sources of income. So that's the University of Maryland through their pharmacy department. If anybody wants, that's like the next big wave, you guys. So.
Awesome.
I wanted to add something. I try to make it a point to be reading something constantly. I know Karisma mentioned about importance of reading, but I try to be reading a book a month, at least one, to constantly just be building my mindset and growing my mindset. And it can be personal development, or sometimes it can be spiritual development. I know that one book that I read that was really phenomenal that I recommend, it's called Chase the Lion, and it's by Mark Batterson. And it was just very, spoke very much for me in terms of how I looked at things that I wanted to do in my life and how God would be presenting it to me. But that's what I try to do, is reading something continually. As soon as I finish one, start reading another one. So I find that to be very helpful. And also, I think with the COVID, because of the fact that so many schools are online, this is such a great opportunity to be working on another degree, because there are classes now online and you're at home. So it's a great opportunity to work on getting either another degree or even just training through different Zooms.
I agree. I'm learning, oh my gosh, his name is Okay, I'm gonna have to get back to you on his name, but I'm trying to learn this Forex trading. But this gentleman that I literally got to watch his story and paying attention, and he was working at Target and was taking his money and started learning how to trade money, doing Forex trading. 6 years later, this cat like makes hundreds of thousands of dollars in a trade. And he just turned 30 years old, but he literally talks, like he shows his journey. He's not just posting on social media, um, talking about what he has now, but he also encourages you to go and head back through his Instagram to the very beginning, because it didn't happen overnight. It was a trade that he had to learn, but it transformed his freaking life. But I love trying to figure out ways to make my money work while I'm sleeping. So yeah, if learning a new trade, a skill, get another degree, whatever is your forte, keep your mind constantly growing and evolving. I personally like to read first thing in the morning or right before I'm going to bed. I'll give myself a good 10, 20 minutes just to constantly pour things into my mind. So it's getting fed every single day, but I'm also never stop learning. I would love to see if anyone has their vision boards. If anyone's, I know most of us have been just from watching. I've been little bit by little putting stuff up here, but I do want to share. So this is my son's. He wanted to share what he did in his vision board. So just having fun, cutting out stuff. And if you can't tell, he's an athlete, and all he wants to do is play, eat, sleep, drink basketball. And he said, "Hey, I'm either going to go pro or I'm going to own one." So he understands having options. So yeah.
Love it.
Hosting a book club for racial healing, and it's mostly an affinity group. So mostly white women that are interested in learning more about race in America. So we've made it through 6 books so far, and we're going to be reconvening in January. And the next book we're reading is called My Grandmother's Hands. So I'm looking forward to continuing to try to host and facilitate courageous conversations.
Nice. White Fragility. That's a good book. Someone posted that.
I just want to say to Jennifer, as a person of color, I think that's fabulous that you guys are even taking the time to investigate and learn, because I know through generations, things happen, your parents, things change. And this is how real change occurs, when everybody's willing to be honest and look into other people's culture and see the differences that we have. I think that's phenomenal.
I do too.
Oh, God. Sorry.
Go ahead. I was just going to agree. That's it. Yep.
And I was just going to say, knowing Jennifer personally, I can attest that she is an awesome ally. Like, she block and tackles like nobody's business when it comes to a lot of the whiteness that comes into how respectability, politics, and not culture shaming, but when people try to tell you how to act in certain situations or what they would have done. Jennifer, I'm just amazed and very grateful that she's a good friend of mine. So yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to piggyback on that. I just think that's awesome, especially in this day and age. It's like I said before, how languages breaks down barriers, just to, like Teresa said, to tackle it honestly and openly, even to just, come over in this forum and just, be with us and share that. I'm gonna tell you something, honestly, it makes me feel good. It gives me hope, because when I look at the news and you see everything that's going on, Jennifer, I wish and I hope more people like yourself, stand up and take that initiative. Because when I'm in Target, when I'm in, Nordstrom, when I'm, wherever in the world, it just feels good to know, because I'm going to be honest, sometimes I'm just looking around and I'm like, okay, what are they thinking? What are they doing? You know, what's going to happen? So just a little bit of hope that you can give me, that at least there's, you know, I don't know how many white women are in your book club. At least there's a group of women out here that are trying to understand. They're taking some responsibility and initiative, and they're trying to understand, because I think as a woman of color, it's just within us, you know, as a people, to open our arms and understand because of, you know, our own history. And so me going to China or abroad and doing that, you know, I know what my oppressions were for my own people. And I don't care where I go in the world, I'm not going to take that, you know, hatred or anger with me. So again, as much as all of you all have inspired me today, that really helps me to look out into the world and just see, you know, there are some people out here that want to do good and want to understand and change that narrative. So it's great.
Jennifer, can you drop the name of your community inside the chat?
I will.
Yeah, because I know that we might have other women that are looking to learn too, and we can give them a definite resource. I do know if there are some women on here that are from the wonderful community. They also have a book club doing the same thing, and I do some strategy work for them behind the scenes. When I had assisted them and led the anti-racism town hall for the travel industry, which Forbes picked up. There are people that are wanting to help on all forces, and I believe that if we lead by example, being that, you know, I talked about that the numbers demographically are changing, but when we fully take hold of the majority, just not doing it the same way that they did, but showing them now that we have the majority, this is how we're going to do it. This is how it's going to be different. And from thereafter, because all it takes is us teaching each other on how to love one another. And y'all going to hear me talk about my son left and right, because he says some of the greatest things, and some of our younger kids, we got to listen to them because they will teach us. Because when all this first started going on, and he was like, Mom, what is it going to take? What is it going to take us going to war with another country to realize that we are all the human race? And if that created a moment of silence, and I was like, if he gets it, why can't some of these people just get it? Like, we're humans. We have and I even think about my dog the same way. Like, I have a pug, but I treat him with love every day. I tell him that I love him and that he's amazing. I talk to my freaking plants. Like, why aren't you just spreading love? Because if you can't spread love, you need to go look in the mirror, because there's not something wrong with the other person that you're having your aggression with. There's something wrong with you that you need to reflect what you're feeling onto somebody else. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's because it's all about money, unfortunately, and not about people. But I think that's one of the things that the pandemic did. It slowed everyone down and made it realize money's not so important. There's so many other things that are important. So it's going to be interesting how we move from this, you know, situation.
It's money and power.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's the same thing.
That's not going to change, but they have to understand too that if you don't, so I'm doing some consulting with some really big travel companies, and we're having these conversations that if you don't pay attention to what is happening, just like Blockbuster went out of business when they refused to change with the times and realized that Netflix gave them the opportunity to invest.
Buy in, right.
Buy in, and they said no.
Right.
They thought that their shit didn't stink and that they would always be in business. So the same thing's going to happen to all of these people that have power. It is by no mistake that you're seeing so many young, what is it, after millennial, there's Gen Z,
Gen Z.
They're 18 and just popping out being millionaires out of overnight. There is something that is happening and they're not paying attention because the times are changing. If you want to have power, they're talking about conscious capitalism. That is a big thing right now.
Oh, yeah. Huge.
And if you're not creating jobs and making businesses that are benefiting the world, they don't want to support you. They're not going to support you. So you're going to have to change with the times, because he who has the power going forward is going to be a different type of leader. And if you're not that type of leader, you are going to just, you're going to become the next Blockbuster. And you're going to be like, yeah, I remember back in the day when. So
Yeah, it's good to see that they put feelings behind their buying power as opposed to just greed. So I think that's where it starts to change.
yes, and we as a Black community have to understand that the buying power that we have,
huge.
Black community and the Latino community, the two, if you look at the Nielsen reporting, we have so much power that we don't even understand. Why do we continue to put our money into companies that don't represent us? If you take it out, you want change, the change comes with your dollar, the power that you have. You got to take it out and say, I'm going to go spend it where somewhere is paying attention to me, is pouring into me. They will wake up, because that's where it hurts them. It hurts in their pocket, because they're like, oh, I just lost $1 million.
Yeah, the change is starting now for sure.
Yeah, and Kanisha just dropped another link. Yes, I see her face in here like, yes, yes, yes. So we have two things going for us, is that one, we have a powerful buying power. Number two, if you read the Nelson reportings, we have a phenomenon that does not happen in any other culture, period. It's the power of our mouths. If we like something, we talk about it. If we don't like something, we talk about it. So imagine if we started talking about the things that we do love, and we stopped talking about and told them, you know what, you're not pouring into us. This is why we're not pouring our dollar into you. Let them know. If you're going to a property and they don't have the experiences and the resources and things that are representative of you, tell the next person so that they don't go there. But when you find one that is in alignment, go and blast it and share it all over the place. To me, I'm not a huge fan of social media in some aspects, but when it comes to that, oh my gosh, I will be on there telling people for days things that I love so that we can go and support, because that's where the power comes in, because they can't stop that part.
No, exactly, because we set the trends, 100%.
Well, there's a power for collective consciousness.
Yes.
And once we tap into our collective consciousness, we can go very far. Getting back, if I may, with Hatch in the book club, it's very commendable what you're doing and opening different people eyes to different people. But you also have to open their eyes to their own consciousness. And you have to ask the questions, why is it that some of you may feel inclusive or exclusive of other cultures? There's one Buddhist monk I really like, Thai Nhat Hanh. He's the only one I know that when he starts a meditation, we have to give thanks to our African ancestors, because if it wasn't for them, humanity would not be on the earth. So you have to go from untruth to the truth. So in your book club, you try to incorporate some of their conscious thinking as to what they're feeling and why, and bring that humanity in it without feeling guilty. There's nothing wrong with it. We're different people, but we're one human race. So, try to incorporate that and get into their consciousness, maybe even their subconsciousness, and bring that forward to their consciousness, in which they can reflect as to why they're having their own thought feelings about certain races, and maybe even why they're participating in your book club. And what you're doing is great. I mean, maybe some African Americans should have some book clubs and talk about why there may be racism in our little group to other cultures. It's a reciprocity. It's an infinite circle. There's nothing broken. We're all connected, all of us. But
And I think that's
learn to bring our untruth to truth, whether we have money, whether we have wealth, whether we have homes, whether we're networking, all of that is good. Those are primitive survival instincts. And it's needed. We need clothes, we need money, we need to make a living, and there's nothing wrong with money. My guru says, there's nothing wrong with money in your pocket, but there's a problem when it's just in your mind. So you want to bring it out of your consciousness into your bank. And then once it's in your bank, you distribute it in which it comes back to you. But, well, that's all I have to say. But I do like the book club, but also mirror the ladies as well as to why they decided to participate in it. And try to go deeper, go into their childhood, what has manifested to bring them to this moment today. And then you might get a deeper understanding of why they're feeling or trying to learn from other cultures. Because it's really nothing to learn. The fact is, it's right in their face. But you have to consciously try to dig it out and bring it to the forefront. Then we start to heal. Same thing with networking and money. Why is it you want it? What is the really underlying avenue in which you're seeking to become this millionaire? Nothing wrong with being a millionaire, but go deep and find out why is it. Maybe because of a lack, maybe because you like the challenge, maybe because you like the security of it. Does money make you secure? So whatever it is, I'm in the group, and I like to thank the ladies for the opportunity to join this group because I've done the visual boards before, and I like how you want to create a spiritual atmosphere before you do your board. I think that's really good. I've never done that. But I like the group because of the meditation and doing the board. And like Tina said, be very specific because what you put down will come. I remember about maybe, my age is coming now, maybe about 15, 20 years ago, I did a board and I was looking in a cigar magazine, and I cut out everything I wanted. And there was this South American guy. He wasn't that great looking, but boy, was he dressed. And he was just so clean. And I put him on the board. And probably the next month, this guy from South America was all over me. Mm-hmm. And I didn't even like him. I didn't even know why. I forgot about the board. And then 6 months later, I said, I asked for this. I mean, I was like, what's going on? So be very, very careful and very precise what you want on your board because it will manifest.
Celeste, that's funny. I have a similar story of,
yes, you were
putting a guy on a board, and he was probably Mediterranean looking ish, Yeah. And I was like, "Ooh, that looks like me." And the guy was whatever. And then lo and behold, here comes this Italian American, guy. And I manifested his crazy ass. I mean, just loony. I mean, straight up loony. I didn't have like any qualifications or anything next to his photo on my vision board. So when we had broken up and he broke into my house, you know, months later and I'm in bed with another guy, it was like, you know what? I asked for this crazy fool.
You did.
So,
It's so true. And for me, I would subconsciously, I forgot about it. I didn't know why this guy was liking me. We were like Latin dancing, and he came to my church. He was at my church. I mean, I couldn't get rid of him. And I was like, get away.
yeah, lady, listen, like we're like going slightly off tangent, but it's important that you are specific in what you are asking for and manifesting, because it does come to you the way in which you put it out there, which actually is a good segue into our next
words around it to be more specific. And I said, yes, there's a guy on my board, and now I'm like
writing it in. Yeah, put the words on next to it and tell you, just because it's important. It's so important that literally in the last year and a half, I've talked about like, yeah, I'm going to manifest my, I don't know if it's going to be a husband, but you know, this life partner, whatever. So he's going to be tall because I'm 6'1", right? And I don't know, whatever it is about me at this phase of my life, I love a bald head, bearded dude. But the reality is that most Black men over 30 are bald headed, right? Or getting or close to it, right? Just, it is what it is. Okay, cool. Every brown skinned, bald headed, bearded dude is not the one, right? So, but it doesn't mean that they're not coming. So I had to get more specific, like, God, seriously, can this one be able to communicate and use his words? Can he have emotional intelligence? Can he not clam up? You know, all of that kind of stuff, right? So the one that's like seems to be at the forefront has those extra things I forgot to ask for with the last one. So I say all that to say, like, it's important that you are specific. And actually this kind of takes us right into that last area, right? The spiritual area and about alignment and, you know, spirituality. And I tell people that there's an intersection of religion, right? Spiritual practices and religion. Doesn't really matter what you believe. The end goal in all of that is liberation, nirvana, and attainment, right? Of alignment. And so when you're thinking about what you want to manifest or put on your vision board and experience in 2021 from a spiritual aspect, kind of remove what's the word I'm looking for? I'm going to challenge you to remove the religion out of it. And I'm going to challenge you to focus solely on relationship, right? What does your spiritual relationship look like? And how do you reach nirvana or liberation or alignment in a spiritual way that you are truly connected with your God source, whatever that is, right? Whatever that means to you, but how are you connecting to the divine power that is within you, that is external to you? What does that look like for you, right? And so, and this is coming from somebody that grew up in the church, but I stepped away from it because I have different beliefs at this phase of my life. But what I do know 100% for certain is that there are intersections in all of these things. So it doesn't really matter what you believe and what you practice. When you are manifesting, growing spiritually, it's from a perspective of how do I align with the divinity that I was created in and under, and that is in within me. All right. So if there's anybody that wants to share that, with the group, that would be great. Okay, I'll go first. I'll give you guys ideas. Everybody was quiet on that one. All right. So recognizing the God spirit within you. Yes. So it could be waking up in the morning and having your period of devotion. And devotion is different for everybody, right? That could be prayer, journaling, reading your holy book, journaling in a book, meditation, whatever that looks like. Like that could just be you want to have a personal devotional practice for the first 20 to 30 minutes of your day, every single day. Whether it's, you want to be able to hear when God speaks to you, right? So like, okay, cool. You're praying to God, right? So I'll just put it in this. So let's say you're praying to God, right? But you're struggling to hear when God answers, right? And so do you have a prayer practice and a meditation practice? Because they're two very different things. So can you quiet the mind to be able to hear when things are being told to you, right? So maybe there's that. Maybe, you know, you want to create a circle. So this is also kind of in the social piece, but a circle of people that you can lean on and that can lean on you, where you all are working to attain, you know, enlightenment in your spiritual walk, right? So there's that. It could be, I think it was I can't remember who it was that was talking about her ancestral table, right? So maybe there's some people that might be on here that want to get more into their ancestral work and what that looks like. So maybe you want to spend time learning more about your ancestors and how to tap into that energetic source to help you manifest things moving forward. There's so many things that you can do to be able to grow and stretch in your spiritual walk. So yes, I have a therapist to help me heal more trauma than wounds. Listen, let me tell y'all something about this therapy thing. Okay. I love my therapist. Like, woo, this is me. And guys, like, therapy can be free. There are so many apps now and resources that are available to us to be able to tap into that. There's a book, we're talking about spiritual work, right? So there's a book called It Didn't Start With You, and it talks about epigenetics and intergenerational trauma. And a lot of the things that we're taught and that we believe, that we're taught to believe or programmed to believe, they're passed down, right? So we talk about these generational strongholds. That's an amazing book to kind of help you start to unpack what really is yours, what really was given to you, how to release it, and how to break those cycles and then start something different. So that's an amazing book. And Karisma put it in the chat. It Didn't Start With You. Yes, The 4 Agreements is a great book as well. So I'm gonna stop talking and see if there's anybody that wants to share anything about what they want to manifest spiritually as well in the group. So I'll be quiet now.
So one of the things go ahead. Yeah.
No, go.
Okay, I'll make it quick. One of the things that, because I'm in a weird place spiritually, I'm Christian, yes, and the ancestral side is popping out. And I know that when the enslaved Africans were first brought to America and converted, one of the first people, C.H. Mason, I think is his name, tried to blend Christianity and Africanism, and was still told like, hey, no, that's devilment, can't do that. So I'm in a place where I am reaching back to beyond where we were enslaved and bringing in the beliefs of the Orishas and blending it with the Christianity and the Tantra and the this and the that, and just layering it all into who I am unapologetically. So I think because it's a mess in my mind, what I will manifest is clarity on communicating my path of blending Africanism, sexuality, Christianity, all into who I am every day, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I think the key phrase of what you said was unapologetically, because there's a guilt that you feel, because it's a guilt that you've been taught, that if you don't believe a certain, I'll make it personal. When my mom was asking me about my own spiritual versus religious beliefs, I said to her, I said, I think you're asking me the wrong question. I think what you're asking me if I believe in God, but that's actually not really what you're trying to get to. You're trying to ask me if I am still Christian, which is a different conversation. And so she started crying because she was concerned. And this is not a slight to anyone that's on here, because like I said, I grew up in the church. So, but she was concerned that I would spend my afterlife burning. Right. Yeah. And for a long time, I didn't feel comfortable talking to her about what I was experiencing personally, what I had gone through physically, what I had seen and been exposed to spiritually, because one, she didn't understand it, or two, she was fearful to even engage in that conversation. And so watching her cry, because I was like, Mom, it's okay. Because when you start to understand about energy and how it works and how it's transferred, it doesn't die. It's like, Mom, even the things that you believe, I believe, we just say it differently. And so that's what people don't understand, if it's not for spaces like this where we can have that kind of conversation, that we call it different things, but we practice very similar things.
Yeah.
And it's not wrong what you think and what you believe, because empathy and spirituality will teach you that we're all connected. No one person is better than the other, right? So that's okay. It's just simply that what you call, Jesus, some other religion or spiritual practice will call someone else. And Jesus was perfection, right? Like that was what you are attaining to be like, to be Christ-like. Buddhists have Buddha, right? He was perfection, and you're working towards what's called nirvana or liberation. And so it's okay that we call these things different things, but at the end of the day, you're trying to be the best person that you can be.
Right.
And do good in the world and do no harm. And I'm doing no differently. And so because of that, we're always going to be connected. But to be able to have that conversation, I'm 41. It took years to be able to stand in my truth and have that conversation, because again, in the back of my mind, I'm like, am I going to burn it now? So, but that's my personal belief. Right. And all I can say to anyone on here, no matter what you believe, is that, whatever you believe in, whoever you believe in, whatever you practice, do it unapologetically.
Yeah, I'm laughing because of the burn in hell, because my mother, well, she is, I mean, when I say she's Catholic, she is hardcore, rosary beads. And I don't want anyone to be offended. I'm not making fun of her, but it's just for her daughter to go home, went to Catholic schools, first Holy Communion, the confirmation, all of that. But then to be pregnant at 17 and be kind of shunned by that same religion in some aspects, I went a different path on my own little journey of what religion, spirituality meant to me. And so it's so funny, because I'm that same person where my grandmother, on the other hand, being Creole, that's where the ancestral altar came from. That's where the honoring and making sure that you stay connected to your ancestors, and they're working through you realizing who you are through them. I get up every morning and I talk to them as if there was someone in the house. I thank them, because without them, I wouldn't be. Even my ancestors, I always say to my ancestors, known and unknown. So, I leave water for them. Sometimes I put food there. And so what confirmed it for me was going to Bangkok, and every 2 steps there's a shrine. There's like someone passed away and there's this thing with food and like incense, and I'm like, oh well, okay, that's perfectly acceptable then, what I'm doing. Like, this isn't crazy, this isn't wrong. And you're right, if you take a deeper look, even with Buddhism and chanting and things, I'm reading Tina Turner's book right now. She talks about chanting, and it's like, we're all connected, to the core of it, in that we all want to be a better version of ourselves. We all want to practice compassion and love for our neighbors. It's all intertwined. But I'm still on that journey. I'm still, trying to rectify things in my head and make sense of things. But yes, living it unapologetically and not, condemning yourself because, oh, I don't go to church anymore, Mom. It's like, I don't take communion, And the funny thing is, I will go to anyone's temple. I will go to anyone's, mosque. I will walk into any, because I feel like the more I'm exposed, the more I kind of have this thing within me spiritually that makes me love people even more and understand people. So I think that's great that you said that.
Yeah.
Both of you, actually.
So I have a question, right? Who made black eyed peas, greens, and cornbread for New Year's? Just raise your hand. Okay. All right, cool.
It's actually downstairs in our house right now with
And
pig feet and
jewel
pig
and
ear.
dumplings.
Okay. All right. So let's talk about, like, I'm not gonna burst anybody's bubbles today, but I'm just gonna go ahead and put it out there why we do that. Okay. So like the green is for
money. Yeah.
Money. Right. Okay.
Money.
Cash.
And the black eyed peas are for
Luck and coins.
luck and coins. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And the cornbread is
Gold.
Good.
gold. Right. Okay. So did anybody else have a man have to walk through their house first?
Yep. With
Okay.
money in the pocket.
With
Yeah,
money in the pocket.
with
Okay.
money
Did
in their
anybody?
pocket.
Was
But
anyone
that ain't gonna happen over here.
Okay. Was anybody stressing out about washing the house before?
Oh,
New Year's
yes,
Day, cleaning up
yes.
the clothes? Okay. So all of these things, right? They're not rooted in Christianity. They're not rooted in, it's not, someone said superstition. It's not that. It was a spiritual practice, and that's what people believed, and that came from our ancestors long before some of the things that we've been taught, right? So when I say that there's an intersection in spirituality and religion and practices, there are things that you do every day. You don't even know why you do it, but it's because your grandmama told you to do it. Your great grandmama taught her to do it. And all of this stuff got passed down, right?
Mhm.
And so, and it's okay to honor that in that space. I had the conversation with my mom all the time, like, Mom, okay, you do communion. Got it. What's the difference between symbolically taking food and wine to honor, right? Versus me putting food and wine on an altar to honor? What's the difference? Right? So I'm not trying to convert anybody. I'm just wanting people to have empathy, because I find that that's lacking in the world when it relates to people's religious and spiritual beliefs. So, maybe just this conversation has helped you decide, you know what, I want to be unapologetically, I want to stand in my truth unapologetically. I'm going to stand with Jesus unapologetically. I'm going to stand with my Orishas unapologetically. I'm going to stand with all of it because I don't really know where I am, but I just know it all makes sense unapologetically. That's okay, right? But like respect to all, right? And that, yes, someone just put it in there. But
And I'm going to add to that, if you haven't, when you traveled, go into these shrines and these other places where they're worshiping and learn. So one of the things that I told myself that I was going to do this year was begin to read the sources that are given out by these different religions, because I am a mixed woman, so there is a whole lot in me. So there is Christianity. My dad's side of the family, they're Creole. My mom is a Hungarian Jew. So I have other family that are Buddhist. So I just grew up seeing all these different, and I saw them at a divide. So one of the things I do in my travels is I'm always wanting to learn, and I sit down and I have conversations with complete strangers because I want to learn. And the more that I learn, the more I have compassion and understanding, because part of the frustration is you just don't know where they're coming from, and letting them know like it's okay, and I'm going to respect you and what it is that you believe in, and I'm going to pay respects when I'm coming in here, and appropriately following and not disregarding what it is, because I'm stepping into your place, because I strongly believe that if we were driving to Disney World, how many ways is there to get to Disney World? Is there only one roadway? No. So if you decide to take one highway and I take another highway, neither of us took the wrong highway, because those two highways always led to the same exact destination. So ultimately, that is like my goal is I'm going to be starting to read, so I can have a better understanding when I'm talking to my Christian sister and she's just dropping knowledge and I'm like, oh, that was a good one, but I just don't know it. And I want to have more understanding for where she's coming from, and vice versa. So mine is all about connecting, understanding, compassion, and on a spiritual level, and coming in alignment and understanding with all the different religions and cultures and whatever is sitting out there. So yeah, and I know Kina just sent me that YouTube video about Egypt. Like I just like, if I'm always telling, send me something, because I'm the person that's going to watch it, and I'm going to be like, wow, that's it's a part of learning. What's wrong with learning? And then I love looking at the commonalities it's called evolution. So not everything's going to stay the same, because I always questioned, and I was always shot down because I was like, well, what did people believe in before there was Christianity? And when my family didn't want to talk about it, that was, hush your mouth, girl. That's not a conversation to be. And I'm like, well, so now you raise my, well, why? Why do I need to be hushed? Or when I'm sitting there talking to a rabbi and I want to have these conversations, and why don't you want to have them with me? And so I encourage you that if you know someone that is of another religion, that's one of the biggest wars is about religion. The other is about, races. And the other one is between the man and the woman. Like, if we can start having those three conversations and just having a whole lot more understanding, I think spiritually we can all rise and vibrate higher together. So with that said,
it's perfect.
It is 59 and we went 2 hours over, and I have to tell you, there is exactly 100 people on here, and I'm going to screenshot this because one person just logged off. And so we managed to have over half of everyone stay here for 4 freaking hours, because that was how highly vibrational this information was. And I want to thank Kina for doing this with me, because when I reached out to her, she was like, yes, not a problem. And I want to say thank you to every one of you beautiful souls that came here and showed up today to pour in, because gosh, there was a lot of golden nuggets on here. There's a lot of information, and we were all manifesting. And guess what? We're going to do this again. So in the emails that I follow up, we're going to get a couple of things. So everyone that sends me an email, if you drop it in the chat, unfortunately, I won't be able to add it because I'm not going to go back to the video to look for everything. But if you shoot me an email, I will make sure you get added to that list to be shared. If you want to come on and share some light, shoot me an email. But I'm going to be sharing with you there's a couple of things that we're launching this month. And one is a generational wealth seminar that's going to be happening every single month. And the first hour is going to be for your kids. They just got to be double digits and above. And so we're going to start having the conversations with the kids, because by the time they are 18, they shouldn't be waiting for them to start learning about money and things that they should do. They should know about money, how to build a house, how to buy a house, all before they turn 18. And then the second hour, it's going to be an hour for the adults, so that we can have these conversations with the adults. So we have a generational coach strategist that she is super dope. So she's going to be coming on to do that. And then we're going to be having the monthly mixers where it's manifestation. We're going to be talking about this continuously, because I don't think this is the conversation that we should be having once a year, but we should be having it continuously throughout the year. And then in March 19th to the 21st, for any of you that are creators, I don't know how many of you actually came to the first summit that I had put together, but it was on December 12th. We had over 1,100 people that had registered. It made it inside the news because we were just constantly pouring in and enlightening people, but this time it's going to be much bigger. So for any of you that are creators and entrepreneurs, we're partnering up with about a lot of brands that want to have these conversations. And we're just getting ready to do this for an entire weekend. We're about to elevate, make money together. We got a young lady coming on talking about DNA travel, and she literally traveled the world and found out where she came from, and she's going to show some tools and resources. We have a lady coming on talking about your mental health and living abroad or being an expat, and making sure there's a lot of information that we can begin to share with one another. And if any of you would like to submit some topics for us to have during this 3-day weekend, hit me up and I'll show you the areas that we're looking to fulfill. I'm all about empowering all of us. So yeah, we're just about to do it big in 2021. So
So yeah.
This was amazing. This was amazing. So thank you, Karisma, for putting this on. Thank you to everybody that was on here and that hung out with us for 5 hours, actually. I was looking at the time like this is a 5-hour event. This is good. This is great. I do want to leave you guys with one of my favorite Rumi quotes as you go throughout your day and your collective lives, that you wander from room to room hunting for the diamond necklace that is already around your neck. So I'll say it again. You wander from room to room hunting for the diamond necklace that is already around your neck.
I love that.
So as you go throughout your day, your week, your month, your year, there are a lot of beautiful, shiny things that are external, but the most beautiful and shiny one is already here. It's already within. All right.
Thank you. Someone asked, how can you sign up for the manifestation? I mean, the wealth seminar. You guys will all be getting a follow-up email. All of this information will be in there. So if you haven't already, just put my email in your safe, because that's it's gonna come from me. And yeah, I wanna, if everyone could do me a favor, turn on your cameras and just smile, because I'm gonna do a screenshot.
Everybody's like, wait, let me fix my hair. You all look amazing.
All right, here we go. If anyone else wants to take a screenshot and share it, tag each other, let's make it go viral. So, and next time we do one of these, just bring a girlfriend, bring a guy friend, bring somebody else that wants to be elevated, and maybe they're just looking for a safe space that you can unapologetically be themselves. We don't care what religion, we don't care, honestly, we don't care what race. I just want colorful people that are wanting to elevate and just love one another, and we're just humans looking to have a much better experience going forward. So
make sure you tag us in your vision boards when you finish them too.
Yes, and when you finish, because I'm working on mine. It takes a little time. But yeah, just I'm gonna do what Kina did earlier and the whole namaste.
Karisma, can you post your email address again?
Yes, I will drop it in the chat. Oops. Everyone in meeting at Color Me. There we go. Sweetness. Thank you, amazing human beings, everyone, for showing up. And
Can I say one last thing?
Yeah.
I didn't talk the whole time, but if you do want to keep the information in the chat, you can save it to your computer. So for anybody who put their email and didn't have time to like catch it, or any of the links that are in the chat, you can save it to your computer. Just by, when you go to the chat box, there's 3 dots and you click on that and it'll tell you save chat and you can save it.
Boom, I just did that for myself. So that way I'll share it too. So I saved it, I'll pass it on. And until next time.
Bye.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Happy New Year.
Thank you so much. It was amazing. Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Happy New Year. Thank you.
New Year.
Blessings, blessings.
Thank you. This was so wonderful. It really energized me.
Karisma, I feel like I should put some music on, like while people are exiting. I'm going to hold on. I'm trying to find my little something. Hold on.
Happy New Year. Thank you so much, ladies. That was awesome.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Happy New Year.
New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year, Wendy.
Look, some of us don't want to leave.
Happy New Year, everybody. Thank you again.
Thanks, Rebecca.
Thank you.
Take me back to Shalimar.
Loving this. Let people